Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
Is the next search on February 28, 2020? 7:44 p.m. How, does the FBI find people? And people's misspelled P-O-O-P-L-E.
I object.
Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I'm the Recovery Addict. Hope you had an absolutely fantastic lunch. I know I did. Big shout out to Sticker Mule. They sent me with my stickers. When I ordered all of our channel stickers, they sent me a bottle of mule sauce. Yes, they call it mule sauce. It's their brand of hot sauce, and I had it on chicken fried rice. Oh my goodness! It's not hot. I mean, it's not as hot as Tabasco sauce. It's like a sweet Tabasco sauce. Nothing Ian would find delicious. But let's see. Kim R., I just deleted your message on accident, but I see that you're gifting the internet to Shark. Let's see. Did Shark ever accept? Let's see. Let me see. Shark, are you here? You can't gift it unless they're here. Shark, where are you at? Kim was first in chat. Shark, hey, are you there? Still standing, says Vivian. That's my fault. Hang on one second. I'll get that fixed. And okay, it's fixed. Kim, I know you're trying to give this away. I don't see Sharkay. Everyone's sitting down right now. Let's wait.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend. Thank you very much.
Happy birthday. You look good.
Okay, Shark, look, I know you're going to be here in a minute. You're probably just a minute late. You're probably working on something internet-related right now. Kim, if Shark doesn't show up, it's all yours. But Shark, Kim, both of you, you're in charge for the internet today. Thank you very much. Congratulations on that win. All right. Kim says, oh, it's okay, I'll keep it. You tried to give it away. Okay, my chair was stuck. All right. I think you took comments off. I did. I turned them back on. I had to do some changes on the screen. But we're all good. All right. Welcome. We're about to start part 2 of day 3 of the Tennessee versus Chen trial, which has been a little bit slow, but had its moments this morning. So we're excited for that. We still have the chair was stuck on a cable. No, it was stuck on the foot of the desk. Anyway, yeah, I had way too much lunch to stand right now. I need to rest and gently close my eyes while I meditate about something and think quiet thoughts to myself. Yeah, I might have nap time later this afternoon. I'm a little bit tired. Crazy news, if you haven't watched, Law and Crime did do a little special about a realtor that committed a triple homicide, allegedly. Yes, it is true that one of those, the crime scene is closer to my house than the grocery store I shop at. It was literally in my neck of the woods. So we're going to keep an eye on that and see what's happening. I think just from my gut impression on here, based on people who know the defendant in this case, mental health is going to play a major role early in this case, and I don't think he'll ever stand trial unless they can get him back to normal, which I don't think he's at right now. All right. I was supposed to ask. Let me get Mrs. R.A. in here. I was supposed to ask her if we can have some lobster tomorrow. I don't think she's ever had, maybe she has, and she just hasn't told me. I know I've never bought her lobster dinner. It's not closer. It's closer than the Panda Express, too. Yep, Panda Express is far from me. It's a long way to Panda Express. Yes, the murderous realtors. Crazy. I mean, I know it's a cutthroat business.
I would lose my mind.
Last time I went to Red Lobster in my neighborhood, they went bankrupt the next day. I think they have opened up again, but I'm not sure if I'm ready to risk it. So, anyway, we're going to get ready to go back to court here in just a little bit. Oh, fish and chips. I just got malt vinegar, which is the best thing for fish and chips. Closer than Walmart? Probably about the same. No, probably closer than Walmart. Definitely closer than the super Walmart. And she's still married. You know,
in front of the Walmart.
No, she's a criminal. I think she's ignoring me, possibly because I haven't bought her lobster. I found our next possible trial, Natalie Cochran. We'll look at that. We'll look at that. I mean, offline to see if that's one we can follow. I think it's going right now or something. It's getting ready to start. Thank you, Betsy Bees, for that. All right, where are we? How to go for shellfish? You take the shell off, Mel. You take the shell off and you just eat the innards. We are on day 3. Michelle Johnson was on the stand when we left off. I think she will remain on the stand as we continue. She's doing all the unwrapping. It's like Christmas morning here on this on this segment of the trial, as she is opening up all of the presents, and none of them appear to be good for Mr. Chen. Last state, West Virginia, the trial started. Okay, Karen, we'll take a look at that. Can only do one at a time, but. We're going to hibachi tonight. That's yummy. Or so I hear. I don't think I've ever been to hibachi. I went to Benihana's. Is Benihana's like hibachi? The Natalie's a Ponzi scam murder. Whoa. Haven't done any Ponzi scam trials yet. Shell or no shell, I shall not like it. I think, for me, I draw the line at it needs to have either fins or feet. Okay, it's got to have fins or feet. I don't do I'm a slug that lives in a shell, like a clam or an oyster or a conch. Are they called conchs? Yeah. Nope. That looks like too much of something that I might have seen last time I was sick. No, I'm not having those. I don't think I ever have. I might have accidentally had some clam chowder and not liked it. But I will save the oysters for Detect Vids. Must be plants for me, says Allison. Conch is really good. That's the offensive way. How do you pronounce it? Conch? Is it a conch shell? All right. Either way, we're going to get ready to go back to court here in just a second and bring you all the latest happenings, as the jury should be back from their long lunch today. Got an hour and a half. Verdict's in. My dad is a big deal. I'm going to design a couple shirts for kids. I get some samples for my kids first, and if they turn out well, I'll share a link with you guys. Pretty much love all seafood. I've never had squid. I've used squid for bait when I was fishing. My food eats squid. That's how it goes. Conch. No sounds. Turn the volume up. Turn the volume up for you. There's no sound from court yet. Nothing's happening. But escargot is out. Can do a quick recap of this morning. Well, Mary, we just had the one witness. That was Michelle Johnson. She's a crime scene investigator from Chattanooga PD. She collected a lot of the items that the family had taken from Mr. Chen's apartment, the phones, the laptop, tablet, Xbox. She got some notebooks, some clothing. She also conducted the search warrant at the apartment and documented everywhere they thought they had blood. Took pictures of that, took some samples of carpet, and then several months later went back to the apartment after the workers who were renovating they were gutting the apartment and redoing it. They were tearing the carpet out. And if you've ever seen them do that, they just cut the carpet in long strips and roll it out and haul it out. Well, one of the times they cut and rolled it up, as they were rolling, the bottom side of the carpet had what appeared to be a blood stain. And they called the police and said, you might have missed some. And sure enough, they missed a lot. So she went back and collected that, and we got to see that unwrapped and laid out in front of the jury on a big blue tarp. Probably the most impactful evidence I've seen so far in this trial. I mean, some of the pictures are rough, like watching the body cam footage of the officer who actually found the suitcase that Jasmine's body was in. That was pretty rough, but I think this has been the peak moment, his impactfulness, as they open up that carpet, and just the size of the area, sinks in a little bit, and you're like, wow. The picture did not do it justice. You couldn't really see the scale of what we were dealing with, even with the measurements next to it. Fins are in, but critters with tentacles or wiggly parts are definitely out, says Mel. Let's see. So no shrimp for you, Mel? No shrimp? The opening with the suitcase was impactful as well. We saw that in Sarah Boone's trial as well. I think that was it was effective. It was very effective. And it really got you thinking. It's a sombering moment. What about a crawfish boil? I would love to try a crawfish boil. I have zero skill when it comes to cooking. I can make some things that people have taught me to make, but I don't know where to even start with a crawfish boil. I would love to try one. If there's one around the area. Everywhere here they do a crab boil. It's all blue crab, and I haven't tried that either. I make a mean fish stick. Breaded fish stick, of course. Shrimp have tail fins. I like shrimp. I do. All right, we're seeing some motion in court, so we might be just moments away from starting. The judge said we were going to be back at 1:30, and that it looks like it's about 2 minutes away. Radagast, I have watched YouTube channels over and over, and the video shot of them dumping that big pot of all the potatoes and veggies and crawfish and everything. Oh my goodness, I can almost smell it through my TV. I can almost smell it. I like sniff the phone type thing. It looks so delicious. I've never had it, never tried it. Expensive way to eat butter is lobster. Somebody standing in front of the camera. Any second now, we expect the judge to start talking and bring us back. So we're going to pick up with Michelle Johnson as well. She's been the only witness so far, just like yesterday. The entire first half of yesterday was with investigator Zachary Crawford. But day 3 has been all Michelle Johnson. Her delivery style, I've got to say, is pretty flat. It's fairly monotone and sort of emotionless. I think she's probably very good at what she does for work. But testifying is not her favorite thing to do. That would be my guess. Do you think he'll testify claiming self-defense? I don't think so. He didn't raise it till the very beginning of trial. Make a mean bolognese. Oh, wait. Bouillabaisse? I don't even know what that is, Mel. It's got way too many letters, like way too many vowels altogether. I don't know how to say that. I can make a really good lasagna. That's one of my specialties. I go to the store and I get the Stouffer's frozen. Just pop that in the oven. Oh my goodness. So yummy. It practically makes itself. It's the recipe is that simple, Greeners. Honestly, the hard part is about the most difficult part about making that is making the little triangle tent thing out of the top piece. That's the most difficult piece of the whole recipe. Bouillabaisse. I don't even know what that is. It sounds good. Radagast. I'm guessing alcohol was a main part of this festival you went to. That sounds wild. Most difficult part is making sure you turn on the oven. I got that down. I can also do Rhodes bacon served rolls as well, which takes a little more prep because you have to sort of set them out on the pan and everything. Oh, wow. Mary Murphy, crappie is actually a delicious panfish. It's one of those. It's in the same class as like a bluegill. So they're fish that are sort of flat and tall, and they're like pan shaped, and usually not more than like an inch and a half thick. But a 12-inch crappie is a good size fish. Delicious white meat as well.
Minutes ago, we're giving a little extra time to look at that.
Judge is giving the jury an extra long break.
I noticed the jurors were dressed in one thing.
There was many years ago, probably right when I first got married, the scout troop in our area went on a camp out to a lake that was a trophy lake for bluegill, and I think crappie. I think it had bluegill and crappie, and the lake someone had placed a fish in it that was illegal, and the Fish and Game, in order to fix that, they were going to poison the lake and kill everything in it. And so before they did that, they basically said, hey, fishermen, we have to poison the lake because somebody planted a fish that shouldn't be there. It will ruin the whole ecosystem. We need to have you catch all the fish you can. There's no limit. Have at it. And they just opened it up. And the scout troop brought home hundreds of fish, and they did a huge fish fry in the neighborhood. And it was delicious. It was so good. Kids t-shirt, the jury's in. My dad's great. And can we put like the RA? Can we do like RA right there? My dad's great. I know there's an E in there, but maybe the R and the A just be capitalized. This court has started late pretty much every day. Shark, where were you? We were trying to give you the internet. I agree. I'm not a big fan of poisoning everything in the lake, but there are some species of fish that are so invasive that if left unchecked, they will destroy all the native species, and then they'll spread through the ecosystem upstream and downstream. Tony the Tiger will come and get me if we do the great one. All right, we are kicking off kicking off this live stream in style. Already up to 247 likes. A quarter of the way there, and we haven't even had the judge really call us to order yet. Oh, zebra mussels. Yep. Those get spread by boaters and fishermen, unfortunately, very easily. Yes, the iguanas. There are whole YouTube channels dedicated to eradicating problem iguanas, usually with air rifles. JVA, did you miss much this morning? No, you didn't. We're bringing all the evidence in, the physical evidence. A lot of it is pictures of blood or areas that were stained with blood. We have had a couple other physical items, like the SIM card from Jasmine's cell phone that was found in Jason Chen's backpack, but mostly just blood evidence from the walkthrough. Ivan, I happen to know how busy you are. How busy you are with the sawmill. I think you also know how busy I am, because I'm literally working every day. I'll make it happen eventually. What type of fish was the invasive species? It might have been tilapia. Tilapia are crazy. They will start breeding at about 3 months old, and they're just crazy. As long as the water temperature stays warm enough, they will take over any place they're in. They live. Fun fact: tilapia were introduced illegally into the Snake River. The Snake River is in Idaho. We're going to hear a lot about the Snake River in the Brian Koberger trial, because he did drive up around there, and people speculate that he threw evidence into the Snake River. It's massive. It's like I think Mississippi River size. It's huge. It's really big, and it's not warm enough for tilapia year round. And if the water temperature gets below 55 degrees, tilapia are supposed to die. They're not supposed to be able to live in that. But there's one spot on the river where they have a power plant that discharges the water they use to cool, I think it's a nuclear power plant, to cool the systems into the Snake River. So the discharge area always has hot water going in. So that little area of the Snake River has tilapia, and they can't really go beyond that, because every year they'll die if they don't stay in that area. There's a little fun fact you didn't need. Tilapia are nasty fish. Okay, they can be. Some of the ways they're farmed are pretty disgusting from other countries, but if you raise them yourself, they are the fastest growing fish per pound of feed. Meaning for each scoop of fish food you put in the fish tank, no fish will grow as fast as tilapia from eating it. The ratio of how they convert that to body mass is insane. Really quick. I raised some potentially at one point. I'm not sure what the statute of limitations is, so I can't even say what state I was in. Hilda B., member for 1 month, says, thanks for all your hard work. You, mods, and the community make the start of my day enjoyable, always keeping me entertained. Thank you, Hilda. Appreciate that, and congratulations on that blue courthouse. Looks like Mr. Chen is about to be brought into the courtroom. Oh, love aquaponics. Blackbird Snark, building my first bell siphon was so satisfying for me. If you don't know what a bell siphon is, imagine having a tank that fills up with water. It's constantly got water pouring into it. but it fills up and then drains itself and then fills up and then drains itself and fills up without any pumps. Like there's no switch and a motor that turns on. It's just a scientific process that drains it. Bell siphons was just the coolest thing ever. And after all that, we're finally going to approach. What, do you think we could do this during the pause? These attorneys wait for court to start and then they approach. So I wanted permission to raise tilapia in a greenhouse. It was a double wall hoop house. So there were 2 layers of plastic sheeting and a covered tank. And the Fish and Game would not let me get tilapia because they were afraid that an eagle would be flying over, would dive down through 2 layers of greenhouse plastic, dive into the tilapia tank, grab a tilapia, because they're mouth breeders, they carry their babies in their mouth. It would grab a tilapia that had babies in its mouth, fly back out the same hole, and fly half a mile away and drop the fish into a body of water where it could not live because the temperature was too cold. That's why they wouldn't let me have tilapia.
All right, please
that was
sit.
their reasoning.
So we had a good lunch, got a little exercise today. It's sunny outside. So, all right, gentlemen, ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
We're ready. Let's do this.
Ma'am, before the lunch break, we were talking briefly about Mr. Chen's wallet. And it was moved into evidence. And I think you were asked, did you lay the items out just like the backpack that we looked at earlier?
Yes.
Can I have a DVD cut? Ma'am, I'm handing you what's been marked 169, collective exhibit 1 to 3. Familiarize yourself with those.
Okay.
What are the items in that collective exhibit?
So wallet belonging to Jason Chen and contents.
Did you take those photographs?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately show the contents of the photograph, of the wallet?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move to admit into evidence 169, 1 through 3. Yes, sir. And this is 169-1. There's what appears to be an ID card for the University of Chattanooga. Whose name appears on that?
Jason Chen.
And whose photograph?
Jason Chen.
Moving on to the next photograph. Whose
The card hasn't expired yet.
debit card?
Jason Chen.
And finally, whose driver's license and identification?
I'm sorry, guys, but YouTube gives me flack about showing documents in court.
Did you have an opportunity to interact with Mr. Chen while in Nolensville?
Oh, yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 86. Do you recognize that individual?
Yes, Jason Chen.
Did you take that photograph?
Yes.
At the Nolensville Police Department.
Wow, he looks quite different now.
And I'm going to draw your attention to the next exhibit, 89. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's the hat he was wearing when I processed him.
Handing you what's been marked for identification is 170. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, it's the ball cap, red and white, Kennedy Ghost.
Would you mind opening it up, pulling it out?
They delete my video. They pull it down. Even if they're court documents, they say it's doxing someone. They give me a warning.
Thank you, ma'am.
Must be sort of surreal seeing your items, your property presented in court. It's like, hey, there's my hat.
Okay. Thank you. Ma'am, were you involved in the processing of a Toyota Camry?
Yes, I was.
Where was that vehicle located?
Originally, it was located at Jason Chen's parents' house inside the garage. And we had it towed and escorted to our crime scene bay.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 112 and 113 and 114.
It's just periodically they get it.
Motor vehicle that you searched at the crime scene bay?
Yes, it is.
I'm handing you, it's been marked for identification as 171, collected exhibit 1 through 7.
Ed, this is about whether or not there was premeditation. I disputed it and I lost in about 20 minutes. The only thing I can do from then is schedule a meeting with my manager and
Okay.
hope they are able
What
to do something.
the photographs in that collective exhibit show?
They're the overall photographs of the vehicle inside the crime scene bay.
They fairly and accurately depict the vehicle at the time you processed it for evidence.
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit into evidence the collective exhibit 171. Yes, sir.
No death penalty in this case. They're trying to avoid life without parole. They want a possibility of release at some point. That's all they're going for.
Okay. 171 shows the front of the vehicle.
I don't know. I don't know if they do.
How would you describe the interior of this car that we see in 171.1, 171.2, 171.3, 171.4?
How would I describe the inside?
Yes, ma'am.
It was fairly clean.
Fairly clean. Did you search the trunk area? 171.5, Judge?
Yes.
171.6. What was in the trunk?
One plastic bag, and that was it.
There appears to be some sort of a kind of ridged area in the trunk. What is that?
Right. There appeared to be some sort of wheel impression.
Okay. But I'm talking more generally about the item that spans from, one second, from here to here and from the back of the trunk to the front of the trunk.
That's a trunk liner.
Oh, okay. And you mentioned that there were some impressions on it. Would you mind pointing out to the jury where those impressions are? Now showing you 171.7. Would you please show those impressions again to the jury in this photograph?
It's not an easy question here, Darlene. If the jury finds him guilty as charged, he will get life without parole.
And you recognize this item?
Yes, it's the trunk liner from inside the Camry vehicle.
So did you remove the trunk liner from the trunk that we see here in 171-7?
Yes, that's correct.
And this is that line?
Yes.
Sir, I would move to admit into evidence item 172, the trunk liner. Did you take measurements of those marks that we see?
Yes, I did.
For what purpose?
For possible future comparison purposes.
Comparison to what?
Depending on what it was, in this case it was a suitcase, because at the time I knew that a suitcase had been collected in.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that you had some opportunity to examine a suitcase.
Correct.
You recognize this item?
Yes.
Have you seen this item before?
Yes, I have.
For the record, Judge, I'm going to mark it for identification purposes as 173.
Yes, sir.
Where have you seen item 173 before?
When I saw it, it was in one of our crime scene bays, and I also saw it at a evidence meeting.
Did you have an opportunity to compare? Well, strike that. Did you have an opportunity to take measurements of the wheels from this suitcase?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to compare the width of the wheels and that collective exhibit that we see on the trunk mat, item 172, to the suitcase that's been marked for identification as 173?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and what were those findings?
As far as the suitcase being eliminated as from leaving marks in the trunk, I could not eliminate that suitcase as leaving those marks. Therefore, in my opinion, it was consistent as a possibility that that suitcase wheels could have caused those marks.
Thank you, ma'am. And finally, did you ever report to the medical examiner's office to collect evidence in this case?
Yes, I did.
Specifically, what evidence did you collect?
I collected a blood spot card.
What is a blood spot card?
It is a known DNA genetic makeup for a deceased party, in this case, Jasmine Pace.
Did you actually collect the specimen, or did somebody else do that?
No, the medical examiner's office collected it, and they transferred it to me.
And what did you do with it once you collected it from the medical examiner's office?
I packaged it, labeled it, and then I would submit it to the property and evidence.
Here I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as item 174. You recognize that item?
Yes.
What is that item?
DNA blood spot card for Jasmine Pace.
Is that the blood spot card that you collected from the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Did you log it into evidence?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to admit it.
Okay. Did 174?
So,
I was asking, well, did you want to admit it?
yes,
Okay. Did 174?
no further questions at this time.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know you just sat down. The defense is going to need some time to organize the exhibits for the cross-examination of this witness. We're going to have you step back in the jury room, and when they're ready, about 10 or 15 minutes, we'll bring you back.
finally done. Oh, look, the rare cup in the mouth look from the prosecutor. When your hands are full, use your mouth. OG boy mama times 3, miss y'all. Work has me busy 4 days out of 5 now. I'm officially a 5-month subscriber. That is awesome. Congratulations. Hope you're enjoying your work.
We can recess 10 or 15 minutes. Just let me know when you're ready.
All right, we're going to take a brief pause and talk about what just happened. Defense is not ready. Defense is not ready to cross-examine this witness. They've had hours to listen, but they want some time to review this. I don't know what they're going to attack. Remember, defense has, when they first got up, they surprised everybody by saying, surprise, guess what? My client did it. He did, in fact, kill Jasmine, and he is guilty. And we're sitting here all like wide eyes, and they said, but not of what he's been charged with. He's not guilty of that. He's guilty of a different crime. So find him guilty for what he did do, not what he didn't do. So their whole case here is basically saying one of the elements of the charged crime, namely premeditation, didn't exist. It didn't happen. So you can't find him guilty of that. Maybe involuntary manslaughter is what they're going for. So they need to attack any evidence that would indicate that this was in fact premeditated. I don't know what they're going to go after here. The SIM card in the backpack, the notes. It's some of it, is questionable. I just don't know where they're going to attack. But apparently they need a little bit of time to get ready. They had an hour and a half lunch, and it wasn't enough time. The guilty of retail fraud. They didn't charge the money. This is like when you have a carjacking, right? In California, we see these on LA. We've got a police chase, a carjacking. The driver's like popping off rounds out the window at the pursuers, and helicopters flying overhead, and he's blowing through stop signs and red lights. When he actually gets caught, which usually happens, he doesn't get charged with every stop sign he went through. Those minor crimes, they sort of just like say, well, we're going after the big ones. We're going to go after the breaking, entering, armed robbery, carjacking, the attempted homicide. We'll skip the fact that he was speeding and failed to indicate properly 3 seconds before changing lanes and all those other things. Walmart's like, hey, but we won't press charges because we want our asparagus money back. Guy is guilty of inflating the asparagus sales numbers. The knife on the bed, that's a good one, Cheryl. I don't know how it fixes or fits in their story better, but we do have an unexplained knife on the bed. And just anytime you can introduce doubt to the jury is going to be a good thing for the defense. We don't have to solve the problem for the defense. We don't have to, to make it, put all the pieces together and solve the puzzle. But if we can introduce doubt, it's good. So the SIM card, the notes, the handcuffs all point to premeditation. We have not heard much about the handcuffs yet. That's going to be coming. I think that's going to be towards the end. Well, it'll probably come in the medical examiners first because Jasmine's body was handcuffed when it was found. And they're also hoping for a mistrial. Maybe, hope against hope that they can just delay things a little bit longer. There was a video just the other day. I'm not sure if you guys have been watching the LA Fires video. There was an update, and in this update, they were talking about 3 or 4 looters that had been caught stealing like $200,000 worth of stuff from a house in the evacuation area. And the DA is up there talking, and he messed up. He's like, we want to remind you, these are just allegations. The individuals are guilty until proven guilty in a court of law. And somebody next to him is like, it's innocent until proven guilty. He's like, oh yeah, they're innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. Did you guys see that video? I should have played it for you. I think I've got it somewhere. Let's see. Reminds me of when my lawyer said, well, the problem is you're guilty. It's time to get a new lawyer. Clearly, he's not looking at the evidence in the right light. While he was at Walmart, I think he had those white shoes on. Because we got that top-down, side-by-side look of the white shoes that were out by the dumpster and his white shoes. And they look like they had the same scuff marks, from what I could see.
In front of the Walmart.
How can anything be good for the defense when they've already said he's guilty? Well, they're trying to say that there's no premeditation. If they can get premeditation off the table, life without parole is gone. Then it's just how long's the sentence and how long till parole. Yeah, Amber said, I saw it live. Yes, I saw that. I think you sent it to me. Was that in mod chat? Let me see if I have that here. Get so many. Mod chat is full. Going back a few days. I think it was on Monday. Thieves charged with looting. Oh, this is it. Let's see if I can play the audio from this. Let me find it. Skip forward. I'll just play the audio.
Incident that occurred in Azusa.
Trying to get the audio here.
Stole a variety of different personal property from the owners of that house. If we can show some of that property and the resident charges. Investigated in Azusa, as well has been, as I said, do not violate evacuation orders and do not commit any of these crimes in which people are trying to profit from the tragedy of the people who have suffered from these various fires.
I missed it. It's somewhere in there. I'm sure that's the right one, but
NBC4 News starts with breaking.
It was on NBC4 News' copy. They had it. There we go.
Stole over $200,000 has been alleged by the charging documents. And by the way, with respect to the charges I'm going to announce, please know this. The charges themselves are not evidence. Everyone that I'm going to describe today is presumed guilty until and unless they are proven their guilt is proven by the government beyond a reasonable doubt.
There you go. They're presumed guilty until they're proven guilty. So don't commit a crime in California because that is double guilty. Yes, they'll get you. They'll get you one way or another. All right. And who was it that said that? That was I think that was the DA, LA County DA, District Attorney. I don't know his name off the top of my head, but you would think he would know better. Right? Of all people, he would know that it's innocent until proven guilty or unless proven guilty. EDB would never. Maybe she worked with him. She's like, yeah, I know that guy. Yeah, he probably does think it's that way. Sounds like a slip. It was high stress. A lot of press there, yeah, and he did correct it afterwards after somebody whispered it. Here, listen to somebody whispering in his ear.
I'm sorry. Presumed innocent. Excuse me. Presumed innocent. There
it is. She's like, presumed innocent. The presumption of innocence is important. It's like, right. Yeah, I remember. Anyway, let's see. I don't know why I've got Mr. Beast on a short plane over and over and over right here. Okay. All right, so Michelle Johnson is done with direct. So we're now on to cross. As soon as defense comes back and says they're ready, they'll bring the jury in, who's just got a long lunch and then got a quick break. Again, yeah, they're exhausted. It's the new DA. It was just a funny moment. Obviously, that's a very serious situation. A lot of stress. A lot of people are very, very distraught with the situation and don't know how to move forward or how to progress at this point. And in the heat of the moment, he just mixed things up. It's a green shirt today. Yes, it is. Is this trial not just a waste of the state's time and money? He said he was guilty. That's it. No, he pled not guilty. His lawyer said he was guilty, but that's not evidence. He's still making the state have to prove him guilty, which is a right you have. You have the right to go to court and have the state present evidence to prove their case. And that's what he's doing. So if you like that right and think that everyone should have that, you would champion even these waste of time cases, I think. His opponent's already making ads with that clip. Nah. You think they would? They would make something political in a moment like this? Oh, probably, actually. Okay. Anyway, Michelle Johnson on cross. I'm worried that she's going to be even quieter than she was on direct, because this is more of a hostile questioning. Oh, look who it is.
Call from
Wisconsin.
Hello, Mr. Wisconsin. This is R.A. How are you doing?
How's it going?
Doing well.
How are we doing?
How's winter treating you up there? I hear it's getting colder.
Yeah, feels like -4, so it's warmed up a little. It's air temperature of 15 degrees. We had air temperatures below zero the last couple days. We got a 3-day reprieve, and then Sunday we have a high of 3 below. So it's great ice fishing weather. It's here, man. It's here. So what's the coldest it gets in North Carolina? You guys get
we got down to 28 degrees. 28 degrees the other day. I mean, there are areas that get colder, but I'm on the eastern North Carolina. We haven't had that cold spell. 28 was pretty chilly.
28 degrees is cargo shorts weather.
I was wearing cargo shorts. That's what I'm wearing right now. It's great weather.
How'd you hurt your foot? I came in late there. You were mocking steel toes, and then it sounded like you needed some.
Well, I have steel toes, but my basement sump pump decided to turn into a fountain instead of a sump pump. It's like so I had to go down.
Did you throw quarters at it?
No. I said I ran down. I had to run down there, and I didn't want to walk in the water and everything. So I put on my muck boots, but I was barefoot because I run around my house barefoot all the time. So I just slid on my muck boots because I know it's going to be like a 30-second fix, right? And then I'm late for the live stream. I've got to start, and so I'm going to take my boots off, and I'll use my toes of one foot to sort of catch the heel of the other, and to take the boot off, and it works on the first boot, and then I have my bare toes on the other one, and I just raked that boot across my toe and took off about a quarter of the toe.
Didn't anybody ever tell you, R.A., that when you work for yourself, you're never late for work?
Well, people in chat disagree. I get a lot of flack for being late.
Oh, I gotcha. You gotta set some boundaries here, okay? The show starts when I arrive, okay?
Okay. Well, I need you to be here a bit earlier then. Speaking of arriving, the judge is here now. We're waiting for the audio to kick in, but it looks like defense is probably ready to do their questioning of the witness.
Ready for it. Love you guys.
We'll see you. Love you, man. Bye.
Bye-bye.
There's Ivan from the frozen tundra of the north, Wisconsin. Let's see. Yeah. Yep. Kathy Davis, there is so much truth in Grumpy Old Men about ice fishing. True, accurate representation of ice fishing in that video. I love it. It's almost, I consider that a documentary. Grumpy Old Men, the movie. It's either Chat or Leroy Jenkins. Those are the ones we're going to blame it on. All right. There's Bailiff. Haven't seen her before. Different Bailiff. People say Die Hard is a Christmas movie. Grumpy Old Men is my Christmas movie. Angelique, sounds delicious. Make 2. I'll be right over.
Johnson, you remain through.
She's saying, the jury's not here. He's getting up to question, and she's like, wait, the jury's not here. What? The jury's not here. Don't start yet. He's like, whatever, I'm just setting on my laptop. Okay, so everybody who gets this reference has played World of Warcraft, I think. Or at least is aware of it. Oh, they need to be? The jury? This court waits until the jury comes in. We've waited, we have long breaks, and then after the break's over, then they approach, and then they're on the record. They don't do any business during the break. Ashley, former Blizzard employee. Wow.
Counsel Approach, please be seated.
Counsel Approach, here we go. Another sidebar. We waste a lot of time here, but this is the judge's. Ooh, he has a note. The judge has a note. I wonder if the jury have submitted a question already for this witness. Widget.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Investigator Johnson. I hope you had a good lunch. Investigator Johnson, when your investigation started, you had never met Jasmine Pace?
That's correct.
You didn't know anything about her background?
That's correct.
You had never met Jason Chen?
No.
You don't know anything about his background?
That's correct.
Your job, what is your job as a crime scene investigator?
Document crime scenes, document, identify, collect, process evidence from crime scenes.
You cannot vouch for the integrity of evidence before you receive a canon.
That is correct.
You don't know how the evidence was handled before you received it.
That is correct.
You don't know how the evidence was collected before you received it.
That is correct.
When you collect evidence, you must package it so it cannot leak through the container, right?
Correct.
You must package it so it can't be lost.
Correct.
You must package it so it can't deteriorate.
Correct.
Once collected, evidence must be kept in a secure area.
Yes.
Once collected, evidence must be kept in a secure area when not directly in possession of a person listed on the chain of custody.
Yes.
What is a chain of custody?
Chain of custody is a formally a form that shows where the evidence has been transferred from one person to another.
And it shows who has handled it?
Correct.
It also documents how the evidence was transferred?
Correct.
And it shows how, so, like, documents might have been stored?
So I could, yes.
The chain of custody begins when evidence is first collected.
Correct.
The chain of custody may begin at the crime scene.
Yes.
The chain of custody continues with each transfer of the evidence to law enforcement, to the crime laboratory, and wherever else it might go.
Correct.
And you must keep complete documentation regarding this chain of custody.
Correct.
And there's a chain of custody log, correct?
Correct.
And you maintain that log?
Once it's submitted to property, then property and evidence maintains that chain of custody as far as who checks out items of evidence.
And the reason you do that is so you can ensure that there's no loss or alteration of the evidence prior to trial.
Correct.
So I want to talk about kind of the collection of evidence. Victims in cases can bring evidence to a crime scene without even knowing it.
Yes.
Suspects can bring evidence to the crime scene without even knowing it.
Yes.
Law enforcement can bring evidence to a crime scene without even knowing it.
Yes.
People visiting the crime scene can bring evidence without even knowing it.
Correct.
Victims can take pieces of evidence away from a crime scene without even knowing it.
Correct.
Suspects can take pieces of evidence away from a crime scene without even knowing it.
Correct.
Law enforcement
Or on
can
purpose.
take pieces of evidence away from a crime scene without even knowing it.
Correct.
People visiting the crime scene can take pieces of evidence away without even knowing it.
Correct.
Come get your evidence, guys. Apparently everyone takes it. But they don't know it.
On direct, you talked a little bit about transfer evidence. What is transfer evidence?
Is when you have custody of an item of evidence and you transfer that custody to someone else.
Let me ask this, in terms of like blood or DNA, what is transfer evidence?
Evidence that is left on the scene by individual person or item.
And you can transfer that by touching it, right?
Correct.
And individuals can leave transfer evidence at a crime scene.
Correct.
Transfer evidence can include glass.
It could probably include just about anything, yes.
Including blood, right?
Correct.
Often investigators need specialized lighting and aids to help find transfer evidence, right?
Yes. Not always, but yes.
Because transfer evidence can be easily lost.
Yes, or not very visible.
And transfer evidence can offer information on how to reconstruct the events of the crime, right?
Could, yes.
At a crime scene, most crime scenes, there's often tiny pieces of fragments of physical evidence that can help tell the story of what happened, right?
Correct.
That's what your job is, to tell the story of what happened.
And collect the items. Yes.
And those items can tell a story, right?
They could, yes.
Hair, fibers, clothing, carpeting, pieces of glass, blood, can all help tell the story of what happened.
Yes, they could.
These tiny pieces of evidence are called trace evidence, right?
Yes.
Trace evidence can be transferred when two objects touch.
Yes.
Transfer evidence can be transferred between
him
evidence.
now.
If proper precautions are not taken, yes.
Trace evidence can be used to reconstruct an event
Yes.
and help tell the story.
It could.
Evidence can be used to prove that a person or a thing was present in a place.
It could.
If you collect evidence carefully, is it true that a crime scene can yield a lot of information?
It's possible, yes.
And those samples can help tell the story.
Yes.
Forensic scientists examine physical evidence, chemical evidence, and trace evidence, right?
Yes.
And you have a variety of tools at your disposal to test these things.
Yes.
Now her mic is almost inaudible.
The importance of trace evidence, though, in the context of crime scene can sometimes be hard to understand.
I think the judge is sleeping.
It could be, yes.
And that's
Could be,
why you're
yes.
here. You're here to help explain the collection of evidence, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Hypothetically, trace evidence could determine whether an item or maybe even a body was moved.
Yes, it could.
Yes, it could.
I want to go back to transfer evidence. What's the difference between direct transfer evidence and indirect transfer evidence?
I guess the indirect transfer would be, say I walk through a crime scene.
They're trying to fix the audio. They're switching back and forth between the two channels.
Transfer it to another location in that crime scene.
So direct evidence is when trace evidence transfers from the original source to another place.
It could be, yes.
So, for example, if a bleeding person brushed against a tree at a crime scene, that would be direct evidence, right? Direct transfer.
Yes.
Indirect transfer is when the trace evidence is, as we said, carried from the primary source to another place by a third person or maybe by an object.
Yes.
And with indirect transfer, it's important to preserve and document any kind of evidence when it's identified.
Correct.
We'll get that back. And if trace evidence can't be properly preserved and protected, it can be lost.
It could be, yes.
Contamination of evidence can be a very serious problem, can it?
Yes.
Contamination of evidence can ruin evidence.
Yes.
Contamination of evidence can jeopardize a criminal case.
It could.
And contamination occurs when something or someone is introduced to a scene that was not previously there.
That's possible, yes.
Contamination can come from people investigating the scene.
Yes.
You're supposed to evaluate a scene before anyone else enters it to keep it from being contaminated, right?
No.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. You should evaluate a crime scene prior to anyone else entering it to keep contamination to a minimum.
Once I respond to a crime scene, my job is to document it and collect evidence as how it is when I arrive. I can't account for how things are before I get there.
Because various people can contaminate crime scenes before you get there.
Yes.
Witnesses can contaminate evidence at a crime scene.
Yes.
Suspects can.
Yes.
Innocent bystanders could.
Yes.
First responders can.
Yes.
Police officers can.
Yes.
Crime scene investigators can.
Yes.
is the most effective way to prevent contamination is limiting access to the crime scene?
Correct.
And evidence can get contaminated at any stage of the investigation, can't it?
Yes.
It can be contaminated at the crime scene itself?
Yes.
And at the crime lab?
He's doing the 30 questions where the answer is yes, and then slide in the sneaky question where the answer is not yes.
You would say it's a fair statement to say that everyone that comes in contact with his evidence has a responsibility for making sure it doesn't become contaminated.
Correct.
So crime scenes are usually disorganized. That's why it's a crime scene, right?
No.
Oh, I thought it would say disorganized.
When you discover that a piece of evidence has been contaminated, you need to document that, though, right?
The evidence would be documented how it is when I observe it.
And if you don't document any the contamination that may have occurred, that evidence could then be misleading.
It could be, yes.
And it could be misleading to investigators, right?
Yes.
And it could be misleading to forensic scientists.
Correct.
Anyone who enters a crime scene is capable of adding something to it.
Correct.
And taking something away.
Correct.
And anyone's capable of contaminating it.
Correct.
If someone doesn't have a legitimate purpose investigating the scene, they should not be allowed there, right?
That is correct.
And those who do have a legitimate purpose, being at the crime scene, should be aware of their potential to contaminate evidence, right?
Correct.
I want to talk to you about DNA, blood. Are you familiar with the collection, obviously, of blood and DNA?
Yes.
And we talked about how trace evidence or direct transfer, but DNA can transfer from person to person or person to an object.
Yes.
And that's called primary transfer.
Yes.
And because of these types of transfers, sometimes you can, for example, find blood in a room in which the source of the blood was never present.
It's possible, yes.
And other forms of DNA can be transferred the same way.
Yes.
Moist or wet DNA transfers more easily than dry DNA.
Why?
No, I would agree with that, yes.
Went straight to the M word.
Investigator Johnson, I want to ask you some questions about Blue Star. You're familiar with Blue Star?
Well, somewhat.
You were asked a question on direct. Do you know the difference between Blue Star and luminol?
I don't know, we use Blue Star. Luminol's a little bit different, I believe, as far as the lighting conditions that are required and stuff.
And is luminol in Blue Star?
That I don't know.
Good bless you. How many times have you used Blue Star?
Probably about 15 to 20 times.
Over how long of a period of time?
7.5 years.
That's not very much.
Blue Star is considered a presumptive test for blood, right?
Correct.
Meaning it only suggests the presence of blood, but does not confirm it. Is that right?
That's correct.
What limitations does Blue Star have in detecting substances other than blood?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
What other substances could Blue Star detect other than blood?
I believe it can detect some cleaning chemicals, bleach.
In this case, you use Blue Star.
Yes.
Did you ever confirm the Blue Star reactions using a secondary test?
There was, again, they were only presumptive tests, but we have rapid presumptive tests, OBTI and hemostat.
Presumptive means not confirmed.
Correct.
So my question to you is, did you do any secondary tests to confirm the presumptive Blue Star test? And what are those tests that you did?
I mean, the swabs that I collected to confirm whether or not it was blood would have been sent off to the lab. I would not have confirmed those.
Have you ever had the opportunity to work with the Kasselmeyer test?
It may fall under some of our rapid tests.
Have you ever done a Kasselmeyer test?
I've done OBTI and hemostat.
Have you ever done a Kasselmeyer test?
I'm not familiar with that.
So you're not familiar with it means you've never done it?
I'm not familiar with the name.
Why? So other than sending off the blood spots to the lab, did you do any other scientific test as a criminal investigator to confirm that it was blood?
Just the presumptive test.
Did you at least do a control test to ensure the accuracy and reliability of the Blue Star that you used?
No.
Isn't that standard operating procedure that you do a control test first?
I mean, obviously, we had a control test based on the visible blood that also illuminated.
No, that's the actual testing that you did. Did you do a control, a scientific control?
No.
If you're not familiar with the Kasselmeyer test, are you at least familiar with the Techman or Takayama test?
No, I'm not.
Those tests can definitively confirm blood. You know that.
I'm ready to sleep.
Objection.
Objection.
Why wouldn't you use any of these alternative tests?
All I know are the tools that we have at our use.
You documented all the areas that tested positive for Blue Star?
Yes.
And you documented all the areas that were negative?
Yes.
At any point, did you see anything that was possibly blood that you later confirmed to be a false positive?
No.
I thought there was something.
You did 2 investigative searches at the apartment there on Tremont, correct?
We did multiple searches.
You did one in November?
Yes.
And you did one in January of 2023. Did you use Blue Star at the search in January?
No.
Did you ever spray any of the walls in the apartment with Blue Star?
We sprayed some walls and some doors, yes.
What walls did you spray?
I believe in the living room and the doors for the laundry and the bathroom door.
You didn't do the bedroom walls?
I don't believe so, no.
You didn't do the bathroom walls?
We did the shower, we did the sink, mostly the floor,
You didn't do the bathroom walls?
just the shower walls.
Just the shower walls. And then you said the laundry door?
Yes.
Was there a Blue Star reaction to the laundry door?
I believe on the laundry door and on the bathroom door coming from the kitchen.
So between these two different searches, why did you have to do a second search?
Because additional evidence was discovered.
Why didn't you discover it the first time?
It just was not discovered. I know we searched under the bed.
But you didn't see that spot?
Well, that was on the back side of the carpet, so no, I wouldn't have seen that spot. And hands and knees with the flashlight looking under the bed, did not see any discoloration at that time.
At that time. Was that because your investigation was rushed?
No.
You testified that over a 3-day period that you were awake for 51 hours.
Yes.
Perhaps you might have been too tired
Working for 51 hours.
Be able to find the spots on your first search.
It's possible, but I do take my time when I process things.
You had said something earlier. You said Blue Star can react with things other than blood. You said bleach?
Yes.
What about hydrogen peroxide?
That I'm not sure.
When you did your investigation, did you find cleaning supplies?
When we found cleaning tools, I'm not sure about supplies.
Did you find cleaning chemicals? Did you find any hydrogen peroxide?
I believe there may have been some.
Did you find bleach?
No, I don't believe so.
In your opinion, when you did your search in November, do you think anyone had tried to clean up a crime scene?
Yes.
Why do you think that?
Based on the results of the Blue Star,
Can you please elaborate?
there was obviously presumed blood throughout the apartment, on the floors and the doors and on the walls. That was not visible to the naked eye.
And do you believe that to be blood, or could it have been cleaning agents?
I believe it to be blood, based on the reaction time and the longevity of the reaction of the Blue Star.
Even though it's only a presumptive test?
Correct.
Wouldn't the act of cleaning potentially spread residual substances, such as blood or those cleaning agents?
Yes, it could, yes.
And how would that happen?
When you're cleaning up, say, a large pool of blood and you're wiping it on other surfaces, that's going to transfer that blood to other surfaces.
If the carpet in the bedroom was damp from cleaning, could that have affected the Blue Star results by spreading and diluting any potential residue?
I mean, if someone had walked over it while it was wet and then transferred it, yes, it could.
Are you aware of anyone coming into the apartment prior to you?
I believe I was told that patrol officers had entered the apartment and that Jasmine Pace's family had entered the apartment as well.
Do you know how many total people had entered the apartment between the November 23rd and when you began your search?
I don't know.
Do you know if the carpet was damp when any of them entered into the bedroom?
I do not know.
Isn't it possible that the individuals walking through the apartment could have tracked blood, cleaning agents, debris, or any of these other substances across various areas in the apartment?
It's possible, yes. I mean, as far as the carpet being damp, I mean, as far as that specific carpet there, I mean, it was covered up with the beds, but I don't think any transfer would have came from that particular blood pool.
There was other blood spots on other parts of the carpet, correct?
Yes.
In front of the dresser?
Yes.
In front of the TV?
Yes.
There was blood spots not covered by furniture.
Correct.
Those could have been cleaned with, or those could have been cleaned with cleaning materials, right?
That's possible, yes.
And those spots could have been damp.
Could have.
Did you interview either of those two officers that went in?
No.
Did you interview the Pace family or Bean family?
No.
You didn't ask any of them if the carpet was damp?
Objection. She said she didn't interview.
Okay, withdraw. When you started your investigation, did you take the steps to limit the foot traffic into the apartment?
Yes. After completing my initial walkthrough, I advised the officer not to let anybody else inside the apartment for any reason. Because once I arrive on scene, it's my scene.
And why do you want to prevent anyone else from coming in there?
Just to prevent any disturbance of the evidence or any contamination of the evidence.
Were shoe prints or other marks observed in the Blue Star?
No.
You didn't see any footprints in the Blue Star?
I did not see any footprints in the Blue Star.
Did you speak with Investigator Crawford about your investigation?
Yes.
And you conferred with him about the Blue Star?
Yes.
Was he present with the Blue Star, or when the Blue Star was applied?
Yes.
Would it surprise you to know that Detective Crawford testified yesterday that he saw footprints in the Blue Star?
Well, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, I saw a footprint, but it was a visible blood footprint.
Visible blood footprint.
Mm-hmm.
Did that light up in the Blue Star?
Yes, it would have, yes.
So you saw a footprint in the Blue Star?
Yes.
Little mistake there in her testimony, not a big one.
A footprint, not a shoe print.
Thank you for clarifying. If you need me to separate, did you find any shoe prints in the Blue Star? Except for that one?
Yes, the footprint is.
You can't definitively say that the reactions observed with the Blue Star were not caused by cleaning agents, can you?
Based on my training and experience, I can say, based on the longevity of the reaction of the Blue Star and the intensity of the luminescing of the area, is a lot different than if it was a chemical agent or bleach or some other item. If it's a chemical bleach or a chemical cleaning agent, it's not going to be as intense in color, and it's not going to last nearly as long. Seconds.
So you believed it to be blood based on the brightness of the Blue Star, correct?
Correct. And based on the other presumptive tests that I conducted.
And again, presumptive means it cannot be confirmed.
Correct.
And you did no test that confirmed it to be blood there at the scene, right?
Correct.
Were the patterns and locations of the Blue Star reactions consistent with the possibility that the substance were spread by cleaning or foot traffic?
was a good question.
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. Were the patterns or locations of the Blue Star reactions consistent with the possibility that the substances being spread or spread by cleaning or foot traffic?
It's a possibility. I mean, when we applied the Blue Star, I mean, it was pretty much everywhere, all over the floor, from the living room to the bedroom.
And
different shapes, different patterns. I mean, the whole floor just lit up.
so all those people that entered into the apartment before you began your investigation, they had no effect on the Blue Star test that you did?
I'm not saying that.
Well, what are you saying?
I'm just saying, based on the intensity and the longevity of the Blue Star that was applied, all I can say is that there's a possibility and probability that that was blood throughout the entire apartment.
And whether it's blood, cleaning agents, that all could have been spread by foot traffic.
Yes.
So I saw all these pictures where you have this yellow tape and this white tape for measurements.
Yes.
Okay. So the yellow tape is in inches, right?
Yes.
And the white tape is in centimeters?
Yes.
Do you risk any confusion by having two different measurements in the same photograph or in the same piece of evidence?
No.
So do you ever have to convert inches to centimeters or centimeters to inches?
No, I document the scene, I document the scales, the photographs.
How many centimeters are in an inch?
Let me ask you about the Camry. The Camry, you believe that, or what scientific test did you perform to believe that the suitcase was in the trunk?
Scientific test?
You stated that you believed that the suitcase was in the trunk based on those marks that we saw on the map.
I could not eliminate that as the item that left the marks in the trunk.
What scientific test did you do?
Measurements.
Okay. What was the measurement of the wheels?
Measurements of the wheels were approximately, like I said, this was not a critical comparison. I'm not certified to do critical comparisons of wheel marks. My job is to say, yes or no, could this suitcase cause these marks? I could not say this suitcase did not cause it. But I could say it's a possibility that it did, because it fit within the parameters of those measurements.
So if I understand you say, the suitcase could have done it, it could have not have done it, right?
If it did not do it, I could say it did not do it because the wheelbase would have been way off or different and not consistent with the track marks.
But it's fair to say that you can't confirm that the suitcase made those marks.
Correct.
I want to talk about the search that you did in January. You returned there to do a second search, and this is approximately, what, 5 weeks, 6 weeks after your first search?
Yes.
Isn't it true that during that time the apartment could have been accessed by others?
It could have, I would not know that.
Because it was not, the apartment was no longer secure after you finished your first investigation?
It was no longer an active crime scene.
And people that may have accessed that apartment could have altered evidence that you collected?
Could have.
Could have contaminated that evidence?
Sure.
After 5 or 6 weeks, you'd agree that the scene could change significantly, couldn't it?
Yes.
And it did change significantly, didn't it?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did law enforcement take any steps to ensure the apartment remained undisturbed between your first and second investigation?
I do not know.
And it's possible that the evidence that you found during the second search could have been introduced after you had finished your first investigation.
It's possible.
You'd agree with me that conducting a search shortly after an incident is probably the most ideal time for preserving the integrity of evidence.
Yes.
And you're collecting this evidence to have it tested.
Yes.
Because it's important for these items to be tested.
Yes.
But isn't it true that all the evidence you collected during this investigation, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. Isn't it true that not all the evidence that you collected in this investigation was tested?
Correct.
Getting a little bit of snark in here now.
Dr. Candace.
I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 149. It's a collective exhibit. What are we looking at here?
Okay, that's the light switch in the bathroom.
Was that tested?
I mean, I know.
What are we looking at on page 2? And if it's washed out, I can bring this up there to you.
Another suspected blood stain on the door frame.
Was that tested?
I do not know.
What are we looking at here?
Another blood stain.
Was that tested?
Are you referring to a presumptive test or?
Sent to the TBI crime lab to be tested.
I do not know.
Number 5, we saw this spot earlier. Was this tested at the TBI crime lab?
I do not know.
How about this one? Was this blood stain tested?
I don't know.
What about this one? Was this tested?
I do not know.
Number 8. What are we looking at here?
More blood stains.
Were those tested?
I do not know.
What are we looking at here?
Possible blood stain.
Was that tested?
I don't know. As a crime scene investigator, it's not up to me what gets tested and what doesn't get tested.
Who's it?
My job is to collect and document the evidence.
Okay. And who makes the determination of whether or not to get it tested?
It would be the detective in charge of the scene.
Are you aware of what evidence was sent to the TBI and what wasn't?
I don't know exactly what all was and what wasn't sent.
Do you have any say in what evidence gets tested or not?
No, sir.
So you don't determine which criteria of what items, you don't determine the criteria of what items get tested?
No, sir.
He sounds like he honestly did not know that.
Would it be helpful for you to see each individual piece of evidence to determine whether or not it has been tested? If you got to look at the white tag on it?
It would be whether or not the It had evidence tape from the crime lab on there.
Okay, so when the jury gets this evidence back, what can they look for to see what pieces of evidence were actually tested by TBI? What will there be a color sticker on it? What are we looking for?
I believe TBI uses orange evidence tape.
So,
but if they don't test an item, I don't know if they open it or not. That's a TBI.
is it hazard? Is that the orange tape you're talking about?
No.
Is this the orange tape?
Yes.
So this is something that was tested by the TBI?
Yes. Well, it was opened by the TBI. I don't know if it was tested or not.
I'm showing you what's been marked. We'll start with 159. What is this?
Sealed bag swab, suspected blood. Collected in January. It's underneath the carpet on the subfloor.
Can you tell from here if this was tested by TBI?
It does not appear that has been opened by TBI.
What about this one? This is 160.
And you're saying it does not appear to have a TBI evidence tape on it?
What's the description of these two bags that you have in the red?
The location of where it was recovered, which was under the carpet on the subfloor.
I'm asking about on the red tags where it says description, it says sealed bag. What does that say next to it on each of them?
Swab, suspected blood.
Suspected blood, right?
Yes.
Because your blue star can't confirm that to be actual blood, so you have to put that.
Correct.
You see, this is item 156. These are the jeans outside the dumpster. Do you see that orange tag on here?
No, sir. No.
Here's 157. These are the white sneakers. Were these tested?
It's not appear so, no.
Here's 154. This is the underwear by the dumpster. Was this tested?
No.
155. Sanitary pad. Was this tested?
No.
I have that last exhibit. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I thought you had it. This is 148. This is the gray knife found on Jason Chen's bed. Was this tested?
It does not look like it was, no.
So if items, thanks, sir. So if items weren't tested, I should take that up with Detective Crawford, not you?
I'm just saying, as a crime scene investigator, we don't determine what goes to the PBI lab or what doesn't go.
And to ask and to inquire more about that, those would be questions for a lead detective?
Yes.
And in this case, that would be Detective Crawford?
Yes.
And you had no decision in what items were being tested?
That's correct.
Does Investigator Crawford rely on you to determine what items to test?
Objection, Your Honor. She was asked previously, do you have anything to do with the criteria to determine whether or not an item was tested? She said no. I was asking the same questions multiple times.
I think this one was a little different in that he asked if the detective relied upon her or got her opinion on things 2 cents. While it's not necessarily her call, I think this question is different enough that he asks it over again.
Thank you.
There may be occasions when the lead detective would ask, but in this case, I don't think it was. I think it could have been based on the photographs and the evidence report for him to decide which items to send.
This carpet here, was it tested?
I don't believe so, no.
Was the padding tested?
I don't believe so, no.
Do you think the fact that you had to go back and look a second time suggests that you might have missed something or you overlooked it?
I think it's pretty obvious that something was missed.
Right. And it was missed at your crime scene?
That is correct.
And are you confident that the evidence that was collected during the second search accurately reflects the scene as it existed at the time of the incident?
Yes.
And you'd agree that conducting multiple searches over time increases the risk of contamination?
It could, yes.
And that could lead to the misinterpretation of evidence?
It's possible.
One moment.
Yes, sir.
Bit of a stretch there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll pass it.
Pass the witness back to direct.
Ma'am, in defendant's contaminated crime scene,
Yes.
in fact, sometimes that happened intentionally.
Yes.
If I can have the DVD, Judge. Would you describe moving a bed from one wall to another to have an effect on your ability to see the scene as it was at the time of the offense?
Objection, speculation.
I think it's proper redirect based on contamination line of questioning across. So overrule at this point if it gets too speculative to produce conviction.
I'm going to put up on the screen a photo. This is Exhibit 73. Was this the scene as it was, as you found it, on the day of the search warrant?
Yes.
What wall was the bed on?
Bed was on the north wall.
And how is that in relation to that green and white tapestry that we see on the center of the wall in Exhibit 73?
The tapestry is on the east wall.
Okay. East wall. Where would the headboard be?
The bed was on the east wall. It would be right here.
Okay. That document came, Judge. Exhibit 173. I'm sorry, 117. You see that headboard and pillows?
Yes.
What wall are they up against there?
Well, if the tapestry is on in the same location, it would be the east wall.
East wall?
Yes.
Ma'am, would that be consistent with the bed having been moved from the east wall to the north wall at some point between when this photograph was taken and when you made an entry?
And there's a different distance. Let the question be asked, and you can get to it.
It's getting spicier.
And when you made entry into that apartment?
Objection, speculation. Okay. She wasn't there for this.
I think the question was, it's fair to conclude that the bed was moved between the time that pictures taken with the headboard on the east wall, the time when the headboard was on.
She doesn't know when that first picture was taken.
Doesn't matter.
He said when it's between, he said it has to be between the two times. Over.
That be consistent?
Yes.
Ma'am, were you present at the second time that you went to the apartment in Tremont Street?
Yes, I was there.
Okay. And was the bed placed against the east wall?
Yes.
If I could have DVD. I'm now showing you 127-11. Is that the bed placed on the east wall?
Yes, that's correct.
You see the stain to the left side of the headboard?
Yes.
Did you observe oil marks above the headboard?
Yes.
Would that be consistent with the bed being moved in a position that it would cover up the stain that we see on this carpet?
Yes.
Would moving the bed contaminate the crime scene?
Yes.
What about mopping up blood? Would that contaminate the crime scene, ma'am?
Yes.
If somebody were to remove items from a crime scene, would that contaminate the crime scene?
Yes, it could, yes.
Cell phones? If they remove a cell phone from a location, could that contaminate the crime scene?
Yes.
What about specifically a homicide scene? What about moving the body? Does that contaminate the crime scene?
Yes, I'd say that alters the crime scene somewhat, yes.
Alters it?
It does alter the
Makes it
crime
more
scene.
difficult to figure out what happened?
Yes.
Which transfers easier? Blood that's fresh and wet?
Thank you for not
Or
using
blood
that word.
that, say, has dried for 4 days?
The fresh and wet would be easier to transfer and more likely to transfer.
Okay. And just so we're clear, if the homicide happened on 11/23, you made entry when?
11/27.
11/27.
Approximately 4 days later?
28 days.
You mentioned that bleach can cause blue star reaction. Recall that testimony?
Yes.
Now I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes. This is item 175. Is this an item that you've seen before?
Yes.
Where did you see that?
Jason Chen's apartment.
Specifically, ma'am, where in Jason Chen's apartment?
Live on the couch.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 41. Do you see the item on this, or in this exhibit?
Yes.
What is it?
2 rolls of paper towels.
Okay. Do you see the packaging, ma'am? It says 6 equals 15.
Yes.
How many rolls of paper towels are left of the pack of 6?
2.
2? Meaning that 4 are gone.
Correct.
That's a lot of cleanup.
Moved to admit into evidence 175.
So admitted.
How much bleach did you find inside Mr. Chen's apartment?
I don't recall finding any bleach.
Well, we see an item sitting next to the paper towels there in the center. Can you identify that?
Looks like a bottle of alcohol.
Specifically, do you know what type of alcohol?
Isopropyl?
Is this the rubbing alcohol?
Rubbing alcohol? Is rubbing alcohol bleach? No. You recognize this?
He's mad. He's throwing stuff around.
Yes.
What is it?
It's a steel bottle, or a steel bag containing the alcohol bottle with a Walgreens bag.
Same one that we see sitting right there, a Walgreens bag, you said?
Yes.
What brand isopropyl alcohol is this?
Walgreens.
I moved to admit 176 in evidence.
Receipt. The asparagus receipt, maybe?
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 22, Walgreens receipt. Would you mind reading what the first item is that was purchased at 7 o'clock p.m. on the 23rd of November, 2022?
It has WALG, IPA, 91%, 16 ounce.
Is that consistent with the bottle of isopropyl alcohol that is now in evidence in this case?
Yes.
What about the last thing purchased on that list? What is that?
Bounty, appears to be Bounty paper towels.
And is that consistent, ma'am, with the paper towels that are now in evidence as Exhibit 175?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see at the very bottom of the receipt that you have in your hand where it says payment type, Visa debit?
4138?
Yes.
Could you please read that number out to the jury?
435546 and then 4189.
Oh, 4189.
Would you please compare that to the photograph that we have of Mr. Chen's credit card that we admitted into evidence part of that exhibit?
Yes, they're the same numbers.
The same numbers.
Does match.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I'm now showing you Exhibit 23, another Walgreens receipt. Would you mind pointing out and telling the jury what Mr. Chen purchased at 1:41 p.m.?
Hydrogen peroxide.
And the last item?
Hydrogen peroxide.
Would you compare the payment at the bottom to what's on the screen? Mr. Chen's Regions debit card?
Yes.
Is it the same?
Yes.
I could never be trusted with that evidence. I would peel that sticker off that card in a heartbeat.
That purchase was also on the 23rd, wasn't it?
I did not know.
Sorry. Showing you again, Exhibit 23.
Yes.
At 1 o'clock p.m.
Yes.
Now showing you what's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 19. Ma'am, would you mind telling the jury what the fourth item down was that was purchased during that transaction?
The fourth item is asparagus.
Sorry.
Fifth,
Below the asparagus.
peroxide.
Peroxide. And that's not bleach, is it?
Correct.
How many bottles of hydrogen peroxide did you find in Mr. Chen's apartment?
Just the one.
I believe the one.
The one
Yes.
that we've just put into evidence?
Yes.
If I told you that item 176 was isopropyl alcohol, is that the only cleaning supply that you found?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So you never located any of the other bottles?
Correct.
Counsel asked you about a shoe print in Blue Star, and you pointed out that it was not a shoe print, that it was a footprint. Can you elaborate on that for us?
It appeared to be a footprint, no tread marks or anything like a shoe would have.
Okay. Like a bare foot, like if I took my shoe off, something like that?
Yes.
Was it a large foot, a small foot?
I believe I measured it from what was there, 9.5 inches.
9 1/2 inches?
Yes.
And you said it wasn't all there. What was missing from it?
It looked like maybe part of the toes.
Okay. So, would you say that the foot was longer than 9 1/2 inches?
Probably yes.
Okay.
If they had toes.
If they had toes?
Yes.
Okay. Fair enough. Absent a partial amputee, longer than 9 1/2 inches.
Yes, sir.
It's just if they had toes with a
Come
straight
down
face.
and open for us the trunk
Oh, I'm tired.
container one. I'm sorry. It's right here. Item 172, the trunk liner from the Camry. Put it right here.
We're going to need some new scissors eventually. These things have been opening a lot of packages. Whoa, careful. That was close. That was close.
If any jurors need to stand up to view better, feel free to do so.
There's no way it's going back in the package.
Need some help?
Ooh. That was painful. You got it out. You let her struggle with it for a while.
Would you please show the jury the marks that we could see on the trunk liner that you took measurements of? Are there two sets of marks?
Possibly two sets.
Okay. Now, ma'am, I'm going to pull out item 173.
Well, we're now going to put the suitcase on the mat.
How did you compare the suitcase and item 173 to those marks?
I took the measurements I've taken from here and on a scale and mark the location.
This is the prosecutor on redirect.
I don't know if the jury can hear you.
I'm sorry, I took the scale, a ruler, marked the measurements on here.
Now
and
they
I
work.
took that ruler to where the suitcase was.
And were they consistent in size?
Yes.
Were they consistent in the pattern of the two wheels?
It's kind of hard to tell. It's not an
But there's
ideal surface.
There's two sets of tracks running in parallel.
Yes.
And would these produce two sets of tracks running in parallel?
Yes.
Counsel asked you about a knife, exhibit number 148.
There's trash all over the courtroom floor. There's piles of paper bags. Can you move the mic again? It was doing so good. Thank you, bailiff. Stick it right up there, right in her face, please. Please.
Would you mind pulling that blade cover off? Have the document. Sir.
We have a knife.
How would you describe the blade of this knife?
It's a smooth edge blade. I think it's approximately 5 inches.
Would you describe it as complete?
Yes.
About how wide would you say it is, as far as from cutting edge to the spine?
Approximately an inch.
About an inch. Ma'am, I'm handing you, it's going to be marked Exhibit 177.
Cameraman goes up for the close-up.
Have you seen
Just looks like a
that
blob
item
of metal.
before?
Yes.
You know what it is?
Yes. Broken knife blade.
Have you looked at it?
I have.
Do you know where it came from?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a broken knife blade recovered during autopsy of Jasmine case.
I moved to admit it to evidence. Item 177. Any objection? 177. I'm not taking it out. Go with the jury.
Yeah, the one she opened previously was not the murder weapon. I believe there were no fingerprints and no blood DNA discovered on it. This is the tip of a broken knife, we're opening it right up. is the tip of a knife that was found inside Jasmine's body. Broke off inside her. Oh.
Can we compare the knife evidence in 148 with the knife, partial knife tip in Exhibit 177? Are there differences?
That knife is significantly smaller.
Is it intact?
It is intact.
Does it appear as though that came from this knife?
No.
Any indication that this knife was used to murder Jasmine Bates?
No.
For some reason, I imagined that the tip of the knife would be just the very point that had broken off. But it broke off halfway down the blade. That is terrible. And the tip is bent as well. Could be from striking bone or striking the floor, striking a hard object.
Ma'am, do you do any forensic testing on these items?
No.
So you collect it but don't test it?
Correct.
Are you aware of whether or not items were submitted to the Tennessee Crime Lab for testing and comparison?
I know some items were sent to the lab.
Specifically, ma'am? Exhibit 141. I'm going to move the evidence signature that's about to fall off. Okay. To the red. Item 142.
Yes.
Were these items submitted to the TBI crime lab?
Yes.
Are you aware of whether or not they've rendered an opinion as to whose DNA is on those spots of carpet that you collected?
If I recall correctly,
Objection. May approach.
Objection. Whose DNA was it? If I recall correctly, and now we get to have a sidebar. Judge, this is terrible for my client. You can't let this go on. I just don't have anything to defend. Look, if you've got to come up with something. You wanted to take this to trial. I said, I know, but I mean, you want to keep going? Yeah, I guess I'll try. Thanks, Your Honor.
Are you aware of whether or not a conclusion had been reached regarding those two items of evidence?
from what I recall from...
And not what they are. Do you know whether or not they have tested it and reached a conclusion?
Yes.
And just so the jury is reminded, when we're talking about these... the items that we're talking about, is that piece of carpet from the threshold between the bathroom and the bedroom?
Yes.
The red stain at evidence marker 9?
Yes.
And for context, ma'am, that square came from where in this photograph?
Use your pointy lightsaber.
The threshold piece came from right here, and the other piece was over here in this area.
Was there a blue star reaction in close proximity to both of those items that were submitted to the TBI crime lab?
Yes.
Do you know how many items of evidence can be submitted to the TBI crime lab at a time?
I believe for DNA testing or serology, I believe their limit is 10. That's what I've been told by TBI.
Do you transport items to the TBI?
I have on numerous occasions, yes.
Sure. And is it usually 10 or less items?
Yes.
Okay. So we've got 2 of the 10 right here.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
All right, recross.
Do you know the names of those 2 officers that went into the apartment?
Prior to my arrival?
Yes.
No.
They contaminated the scene, didn't they?
They could have.
No, I'm asking you. Did they or did they not contaminate the scene?
They could have.
Did they walk through the scene?
I'm not sure. I know officers walked through, and they could have contaminated the scene.
Did you ever watch their body cameras?
No.
Why not?
Not my job.
I don't typically watch body cams.
But it's your crime scene, right?
Yeah, and I process the crime scene as it is when I arrive there.
If there's video of people going into the crime scene, don't you think that's important to do your job?
That's not necessarily part of my job.
Isn't it a part of your job to determine whether or not a crime scene was contaminated?
I mean, we would speak with officers, and we'd ask the officers if anything had been moved or anything like that.
Okay, so that means you spoke to Officer Bracestead?
No.
Or must have been Officer Creighton?
Somebody could have spoken to them.
Who?
Or they normally tell us if anything has been moved. Normally it would be a gun or something like that.
In this case, who?
Nobody had informed us that anything had been moved.
So when you did your first investigation, you didn't know at the time those 2 officers had been in there?
I knew officers had been in there.
Okay. And you didn't talk to them before you did your investigation?
That's correct.
But you at least spoke to them after you did your investigation?
No.
Okay. Were you aware, or we talked about earlier, the family went into the apartment, the Pace family and Bean family, they went into the apartment?
Correct.
Okay. They contaminated the scene as well, right?
They could have.
Did you interview or talk with any of
As a
them?
crime scene investigator, we do not talk to witnesses.
Did you talk to another law enforcement officer that interviewed them that asked about whether or not they contaminated the scene?
If I spoke with anyone, it would have been Detective Crawford.
Wouldn't it have been helpful to know where they went into the apartment?
Like I said, that it was pretty much a shotgun apartment. It's pretty much one way in, one way out.
So it wouldn't have been helpful?
I don't know that it would have made a difference in this case.
The more information that you have about a crime scene, the better, right?
Of course.
So you had an opportunity, if not you, but another law enforcement officer could have talked to them to find out information about contaminating the scene.
We could have, yes.
But no one did that. As far as you
I don't know if Detective Crawford did or not. I don't know.
But he didn't talk to you about that then?
If something had been changed or altered, he probably would have talked to me about it.
The knife that wasn't used here, the silver knife, exhibit number 11, that wasn't tested for DNA?
Correct.
And that was your choice or someone else's choice?
I mean, we could take a DNA swab of it, but ultimately it would have to be sent to the lab, and TBI prefers that the actual item be sent for testing.
So the knife wasn't sent, was a sample of it sent? A swab, as you said?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Was it ever tested for fingerprints?
I don't believe so, no. Because at the time we didn't know if it was going to be tested for DNA.
But it wasn't tested for DNA, so then did you test it for fingerprints?
No, because I would not know if it was going to be tested at a later time for DNA, and I would not want to fingerprint it to compromise any
That makes sense.
DNA.
So whose choice was it to not ultimately look for fingerprints on it? Yours or someone else's?
I mean, ultimately it's my choice because I wouldn't want to compromise any potential DNA if it was going to be sent to the lab.
You're misunderstanding. After you had already decided you're not sending it off to the TBI crime lab for DNA, and you're not doing a swab of it for DNA, why can't you do fingerprints then?
Once I submit it to property and evidence, I would have to receive a processing request to process it any further.
And that would come from the lead investigator?
Usually, yes.
Stealing Stitches, welcome to the jury. Thank you so much.
Was that knife ever evaluated by a tool mark through a tool mark identification expert?
I don't believe so, no.
That knife was found on Chen's bed?
Yes.
You have no idea who put it there?
That is correct.
Can rubbing alcohol cause a false positive in Blue Star?
I'm not for certain. I know that some cleaning chemicals and bleach can.
But as far as the alcohol that was found in Jason Chen's apartment, you don't know?
I do not know.
Just because you didn't find any bleach bottles doesn't mean bleach wasn't used, though, right?
It's not impossible.
Things could have been thrown away?
Correct.
You obviously collect blood samples?
Yes.
Do you put water on it to swab it?
If it's a dry sample, we'll use distilled water.
Why?
To prevent contamination.
Well, no, not the distilled part, but why do you put water on it?
To get a sample from
dry blood doesn't.
specimen.
Because it's easier to lift when it's wet.
Correct.
If someone cleaned up blood, would the blood not be distorted? You'd see, wipes and smears.
You could, yes.
And in the Blue Star, didn't you see wipes and smears?
I saw a lot of stuff in the Blue Star. I mean, like I said, the whole room, from the living room to the bathroom into the bedroom, was lit up.
Did you see wipes and smears?
I just saw a reaction to the Blue Star. There could have been wipes, there could have been smears.
Did you document those wipes and smears?
The Blue Star reaction was documented with photographs.
Did you document the Blue Star reaction of wipes and smears?
No.
If you're cleaning dry blood with cleaning materials, that would make it easier to transfer.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that your first search could have been more thorough?
Aside from the carpet, yes. Honestly.
You could have moved the furniture, you could have moved the bed, right?
Correct.
And that would have been a very thorough investigation if you had moved the bed?
It would have been a more thorough investigation, yes.
Because anything movable should have been moved in this case.
It could have been, yes.
I know you said this was your crime scene. Was anyone else at the crime scene directing you what to do?
Initially, no. And then as more, I guess, intel came in from the detectives, they would have us look for specific items then, like clothing items.
So your crime scene became someone else's crime scene?
No, we just received additional information as far as what to look for.
And someone directed you on how to conduct your investigation?
No, I don't think so.
Or just one moment. Sir?
We might be done and ready for jury questions, which will then also enable both prosecution and defense to respond.
No, Your Honor.
Jury.
I know the jury has questions for this witness.
They're already tearing out the papers. Okay, mics go off. The judge is going to sidebar with the prosecution and defense to review all the questions I'm hearing a lot of papers. This might take a few minutes. Wow. This has been a long, long testimony today. One witness all day long. And it's her speaking style has made it a little difficult to follow at times. She's very, very flat in her delivery, nearly monotone, like I am sometimes. If I was a juror, I wouldn't be able to concentrate with that messy floor. There's stuff all over the place. They're like stepping over evidence bags and tarps and everything else. Somebody's got to do cleanup in the courtroom here later today. Michelle's Mixed Media Madness. We might get another witness here probably in the next half hour. Depends how many jury questions we get. I'd say maybe 15 minutes of jury questions tops. Judge reads the question. The attorneys get to object or allow it. The jury has been asking some questions that indicate that they don't know necessarily how court works. So they've been asking to see evidence that has not yet been admitted, or asking questions about something that a future witness will be addressing. Saying like, can we see the body cam footage? We'll see them all in good time. Attorneys examined the handwriting. They want to know who asked what. She's probably got pipes on her. She can probably out-yell me. Angelique, the judge has been pretty good about reading and at least giving us an indication of what all the questions were. Sometimes he'll say that question's going to be answered by another witness. I don't know if we've got any that are just flat out not going to be asked. Another question comes in. Jurors are still writing them. When we see nods from both sides, that's a good indication that we'll get to hear that question. He says, I'm going to ask. Defense looks like they're proposing a different question. The little head shake, they're not liking that one. Little look of perplexity, perplexedness, perplexion. What do we call it? He looks perplexed on the defense. It's got that look. First I was afraid. I was petrified. You guys are all singing everyone's singing the song. It's just one at a time you're going through. Greeners is like, none of those were words. But they could be. They could be. I think perplexion, because it's like complexion is the skin tone, color, blemishes, all that. Perplexity is a similar type word. Chen's parents in the courtroom. I believe they are with an interpreter. I think his mom specifically needs an interpreter to understand. Lots of questions. Judge is still reading. This can't be good for the defense. Perplexified. Red pen, what's a... I tried to say that the defense attorney looks perplexed, but to say it in a tense where he has a look of that P word on his face. Perplexity, perplexion. What's the proper word for that, English teacher? Is it perplexity? Flummoxed, dumbfounded, he looks bamboozled. Puzzlement. Discombobulated. Perplexed. He looks perplexed, but I wanted to say he has the look of... Perplexed is past tense, right? I guess it could be he looks is current. Perplexed. Bewildered. Could just go with bewilderment. Perplexion is in the Oxford English Dictionary. There we go. That's what I'm talking about, Sharon. I'm going to get Siri out. She's going to set you all straight. These are real words. Hey, Siri, define perplexion.
Perplexing means completely baffling, very puzzling. Do you want to hear the remaining one?
Yes.
It means of something complicated or unaccountable cause someone to feel completely baffled.
Baffled is bad. She thought I said perplexing. Ask ChatBT. Chat makes everything up. It will just answer the question, and it weighs the ability to provide an answer above that to provide a truthful answer. Plus, it also just finds things from the internet. We know the internet has all sorts of crap out there. A look of perplexion on his face makes sense to me. Got it. That's an A from the English teacher, guys. I was right. But perplexity is also a word, right? Hopefully. Here come the jury questions.
Have some questions. So I'm going to ask you if you can face the jury when anything, please. Were any used towels or used paper towels located or collected?
Trying to face the jury.
From the primary scene, no used towels or paper towels were collected.
From any other scene?
I believe when I processed the vehicle, I think there was some paper towels in there that appeared used. That's the only ones I can think of.
Okay. Can you explain how peroxide might be a useful cleaning agent?
It makes blood disappear.
Not really, no. I don't know items that came in here.
Were the interior of the dumpsters at 110 Tremont Street searched for any disposed evidence?
Yes, I believe myself and Officer Mills were inside the dumpster, searching the dumpsters, removing items to look for any potential evidence.
Was a wine bottle opener or corkscrew located?
I don't recall either one of those, no.
That's a good question.
What were the 10 items sent to the TBI for expedited processing, if you know?
I do not know what all the items were that were sent.
That probably answered the second one I'll ask anyway, just to make sure. Were any other items sent to TBI for normal processing?
I'm not sure.
If you know, why were the pants and sanitary pad retrieved beside the dumpster, the knife on the bed, and the carpet and padding from the bedroom not tested?
I do not know.
Was Blue Star applied to some parts of the apartment that did not cause a reaction?
Yes.
What were those areas?
From what I recall, there were several areas in the bedroom that did not have a reaction, and the bathroom shower did not have a reaction, and I believe the east wall of the kitchen, there was not a reaction over there.
Okay, so a juror asked a question, but there would have to be a foundation laid first before you can answer this question. Okay, so I'm going to ask this foundational question first. Have you had any experience, education, or training on estimating the size of a knife from simply looking at a broken tip?
No.
Yes, we can't ask the next question.
Is Blue Star sprayed widely over a general area or in close range in a tight zone? Can you further explain the actual application of the product?
Once the chemical reagent is mixed up, it is in a spray bottle that emits a fine mist. So imagine maybe a 4 or 8 ounce bottle of a fine mist, so that your area is not generally going to be a huge area. So it's going to be more of a do it in a section area.
Who notified CSU to go back to the Tremont complex in January?
Workers.
I can only speak that I was notified by my supervisor.
In the same unit, CSU unit?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm promising supervisor.
Were any of Jasmine Pace's belongings identified and submitted as evidence when you searched Jason Chen's apartment?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you check or count the trash bags to see if any were missing? If so, did the amount match what was found when the suitcase was located?
From what I recall, where there was 3 trash bags used on Jasmine Pace, and I believe in the box was either 11 or 12 remaining.
Are you aware of how many trash bags were recovered when Jasmine was recovered?
I believe 3.
And did that match the amount in the box, or do you know?
Not the total amount, no.
Any redirect based on what the jury asked?
Ma'am, the jury asked a question regarding parts of the apartment that did not have a Blue Star reaction. Were there any parts of the apartment that had a greater degree, a concentration of Blue Star reaction than others?
Yes, the area behind the couch, in the kitchen, and in the bathroom. Those were the highest concentrations of the blue star reaction.
Ma'am, the garbage bags have been admitted into evidence, and you believe that there were 3 used to package Jasmine Pace in the suitcase.
Correct.
But you don't know how many were in the box.
I believe there was 11 or 12 remaining.
Would you mind opening it up to be able to tell the jury how many are supposed to be in there?
Oh, we're going to count the garbage bags? We're going to unroll the roll of garbage bags. She doesn't have any gloves on now. She should.
Forty. 40. And you believe there was 12 or so left?
11 or 12.
So the majority of the box was gone.
Correct.
No further questions, Judge. Thank you.
Recross.
Third chance on the cross. Jury
You
might have more
found
questions
3
too.
connected paper towels in the Camry,
I believe so, yes.
and those were collected in evidence.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Did they have any blood on them?
I did not observe any visible blood on them, no.
Did you do any other testing on it?
I did not.
Did you submit it to TBI for testing?
I did not.
Was there any evidence collected that Jason Chen had purchased trash bags at Walmart?
I do not know.
This is all your evidence, right? You're the one that's inventoried all of this.
I don't know what the specific receipts would say if I didn't collect them, the receipts.
There are receipts and evidence, though, right?
I believe there are some, yes.
Okay. Did Jason, were there purchase for trash bags on the Walmart receipt?
On the receipts that I observed, I don't recall any trash bags.
Or the Walgreens, just to be sure.
Correct.
Does hydrogen peroxide remove blood?
I don't know.
As a crime scene investigator, you have to take training. You have to undergo training, right?
Correct.
You take classes.
Correct.
And you have to familiarize yourself with blood, right?
Correct.
Blood stains,
Yes.
blood patterns,
Clean up the blood.
different substances that might affect blood.
Somewhat, but not real specific, no.
Wouldn't it be important for a crime scene investigator to know what reacts with blood?
It could be, yes.
And sitting here today, you don't know whether hydrogen peroxide,
I mean, I'm sure any liquid would react with blood.
you're sure hydrogen peroxide would react with blood?
Probably any liquid would.
What would
distort
hydrogen, and distorted?
Yes.
Do they put peroxide in laundry detergent?
I don't know.
Did you look for any wine bottle openers?
No.
Did you look for any corkscrews?
No.
Did you open up the cabinets in the kitchen?
Yes.
Did you open up the drawers in the kitchen?
Yes.
Did you specifically look for any items that could open a wine bottle in those drawers or cabinets?
No, I was not looking for that specific item.
One moment, please.
Thank you. No further questions.
You read record.
No, Your Honor.
sure you have any further questions for this witness. No. All right, thank you, Ms. Johnson. You may step down.
All right.
It's almost 4 o'clock. This would be time for a mid-afternoon break. Let's go ahead and take that and be back in 15 minutes.
All right, we are done with Michelle Johnson. Witness number 9. Surprised that crime scene investigator doesn't know anything about hydrogen peroxide and blood. How they might, how blood might react to hydrogen peroxide.
Set it up. Keep on moving that so they can walk Mr. Chen.
Yeah, sure.
You can recess for 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to.
Okay, it's a little quiet. There we go. Just finishing my notes from that witness. Next up, witness number 10. Not sure who this is going to be. She made me sleepy as well. I think I actually caught a little bit of shut-eye during that one. You guys might have seen it. I was afraid that when I was falling asleep, my head would hit the microphone. It would be like a thump noise. But feeling better now. Feeling rested, well rested. Highlights from this witness. She collected the evidence from the scene, mostly having to do with blood. So everywhere there was what appears to be blood, like on a light switch or on a wall or on the floor or on a carpet. She would photograph that with measurement, and they would take samples. And some things were swabbed, and those would get turned in. Only 10 things got tested, though. So a lot of it was just opening evidence and saying what it was and showing the jury. We got big pieces of evidence, and we've seen big evidence before. We've seen car tires, we've seen doors, we've seen some big pieces of evidence. But this carpet that was brought in, it was a huge chunk of carpet, and the blood stain on it was massive. It was a human-sized blood stain on the underside of that carpet, and that was laid out in front of the jury on a big tarp. So that was pretty. You guys caught me. I have stopped drinking Mountain Dew again, and it's not a New Year's resolution because I always fail on those. But I did just stop for now. Jury does have some great questions. We love it. That means that through all that, they were at least able to stay attentive, which is great. Prosecution attacked pretty hard about what she didn't know as a crime scene investigator, things that a lot of other people might know. Oh man, a Sprinter van just went by. She was not a great witness. I think she would have been a much better witness had she just spoken up, so that it would seem like it would have portrayed confidence, for one thing. This timid little no, yes, I think I don't know. It gives the impression of weakness, where I think she was confident with her answers, even though she would tell you if she didn't know something. I think she did okay that way, but she just needed to speak up a little bit. We are in the afternoon break. We've got one more segment coming up. They're not done for the day yet. We've got a little bit more. The favorite part of this witness testimony was probably when prosecution handed her the evidence bag with the SIM card from the cell phone. SIM cards are tiny. They're about the size of a pencil eraser and as thick as a credit card. So they're very, very small. But they hand her the envelope, and she goes and cuts it and opens it up. She's supposed to dump it out, and they do the whole shake it, dump it, nothing comes out. Dump from the other side, nothing comes out, and they couldn't find it. It was gone, and he was panicked enough, and it took long enough that eventually the prosecution Prosecutor went up and was like, Your Honor, may we approach? Saying, we've got a problem. We can't find the SIM card. But right as he did that, she did one more check in the corner, and it was found in one of the bags. So it was a micro SD card. Tiny, tiny, tiny. Hello, bakers. Welcome. Love having you guys rate us. Everybody got your stretches in. I think people think crime scene techs have these big degrees. At our local police station, they start at $15 an hour and don't even need a bachelor's of science. It's weird. Wow. And I thought New Jersey was bad for hiring anybody to be a teacher. That's crazy. Thanks for the raid. I noticed the like button is being hit hard. You guys helped us out with that as well yesterday, so I appreciate that. Broken Baker, how are you doing? You ready to get some sleep? Can we get yoga exercise music? I've only got this one. It's not really yoga music. That's activity music. Well, we're trying to wake up a little bit. Bus chase is different. I've got bus chase. That's separate. Yeehaw! I'll tell you what. We can play some of my own music if you like. There's one that's we'll cut that one short. Give me just 1 second. Where is? Let's see if it'll let me log in. Library. Public. We had some amazing gifting of memberships this morning. There we go. I need this to go. Oh, I need to route the sound the right direction. Just 1 second. We had some amazing gifting of memberships, and as a result, a lot of people are now in green. So this song doesn't apply quite as well as it did back a while ago. But we're going to go ahead and play it anyway.
In the land of pixels, here we meet. Gray's the color of our simple seats. No flashy lights, no fancy scheme. It's low-key love in a cyber dream. Slow-mo life, we're taking it easy. Calm in the chat, everything looks breezy. No golden throne, no crown on screen. Yet still I feel like royalty unseen. Gray is the new green, don't you know? In the digital glow, we take it slow. No need for emojis or special code. We're riding high on this mellow road. Gifted green lights up the scene. A ticket to a world unseen. But here in gray, we find our creed. what we need. No temp seats, no quick retreats, just hanging out in these cyber streets. Gray dust clouds, our silent beam, a hidden treasure in the live stream. Gray is the new green, don't you know? In the digital glow, we take it slow. No need for emojis or special code. We're riding high on this mellow road.
This particular song is, I would say it's of my creation, but I just had the AI create it for me. So this is a computer scene. There we go. Gray is the new green. Don't you know? All right. So we've got just a minute here. More time to stretch. So we're going to give it just another minute. Hopefully everyone's awake and up and moving. Don't think I have any other appropriate songs for this particular trial. Unless it's something about the jury. Let's see. I might have one about the jury that might fit. We'll wait. While we're still doing our exercises and yoga, we'll play a little more music. Let's do the jury's call. How about that?
Listen close now, jurors, with your open minds. You'll face the facts and leave your doubts behind. In the court, you'll call to see what's true and right. Through the twists and turns, you must bring light. Innocent or guilty, the choice is in your hand. You'll weigh the evidence and make a stand. No bias or favor, just the law and proof. In the hallowed hall, you'll seek the truth. Oh, the jury's call, duty to fulfill. Every word and witness through the quiet and thrill. Oh, the jury's call, guide us through the night. Find the justice waiting in the morning light.
This sounds so much like Europa.
In your hearts let justice gently grow. Facts and reason guide the seeds you sow.
Okay, keep stretching. Do that yoga.
Voices of the witnesses, memories of the scene. Through your wisdom, keep the verdict clean. Deliberation time will come, you'll take a seat. Discuss the trial's turn and who will face defeat. No pressure or haste, give your thoughts a voice. In the room today, you've got to make a choice.
That's me hitting the high note.
Oh, the jury's call, duty to fulfill. Every word and witness through the quiet and thrill. Oh, the jury's call, guide us through the night. Find the justice waiting in the morning light. Oh, the jury's call, duty to fulfill. Every word and witness through the quiet and thrill. Oh, the jury's call, guide us through the night. Find the justice waiting in the morning light.
I don't have any high notes anymore.
Facts and reason guide the seeds you sow. Oh, the jury's call, duty to fulfill. Every word and witness through the quiet and thrill. Oh, the jury's call, guide us through the night. Find the justice waiting in the morning light.
We're gonna cut it right there. There's a little bit more. It's like a remix, but it's pretty much all the same. All those were AI created. There is only one that I actually wrote every word to myself. I have written songs before. I play the guitar. I'm not much of a poet, but I do like writing. The only one I wrote was a rap song. It's called Big Deal. We've got to fill a little bit of space until Judge comes back. This one's 1 minute and 50 seconds long. We'll be back in court in no time. Here we go.
Wake up in the morning wearing headphones. I'm running court into your brain like it's an end zone. My money's green like the pickles and you want some. Don't interrupt cause I don't want your lame objection. From land t-shirts to murder, I think I've seen it all. From picking juries to when the gavel falls. The judge takes the bench and the bailiff yells, all rise and pay respect to the one and only go to true crime. Imitators they try but they just can't achieve. And when they fail they be like, ow, I stepped on a beat. Take the stand and the jury chooses not to believe, because there will never be another creator like me. Big deal in one corner and the count in another. We've got the judge reading chat while we talk to the lawyers. All our clips go viral, they're too good not to share. Came in late, check the thumbnails, you'll find it all there. They say I'm addicted to rhyme, but it's more than just timing. The mic is hot, the gavel drops, and I'll be talking about crime. And don't you worry about the sound, cause I'm keeping it real. Just like a pickle jar, but I'm one big deal. They say I'm addicted to rhyme, but it's more than just timing. The mic is hot, the gavel drops, and I'll be talking about crime. And don't you worry about the sound, cause I'm keeping it real. Just like a pickle jar, but I'm one big deal.
I need to turn down the bass. It's shaking everything in the courtroom. There we go. Welcome. Everyone who's here for the first time. We don't always play music, but sometimes during a break we do. All right, there we go. I'm all about the bass, says Greeners. All right, we are going to be coming back for the last session, or the last segment, afternoon session. Could be as long as 2 hours, because we've been going till about 6 p.m. every night. It just depends on what the judge wants to do. The jury is sequestered. They don't have anywhere else to go. It's not like they can say, Your Honor, I've got to go pick up my son from daycare, or it's my night for buying dinner for the family. No, they're a couple hours away from home, living in a hotel until this trial is over. Every day, 7 days a week. That's where they are. So he uses that a little bit and gives them a full day of court for that reason. So we're going to be going probably later. The good news about that is it might get us to finish this case a little earlier. A sequestered jury, going long days. I think we're making good timing. We did take an 1.5 hour lunch break today, which is a little longer than normal. So that would indicate that we might be a little ahead of schedule. That's probably one of the topics that the judge will start discussing with the attorneys and the prosecutors and the defense when they get a little further in the case on the sidebars. Do they have access to TV and mobile? No. But there's a chance, the judge has mentioned this, there's a chance that when they go out to dinner, if they're taken to a restaurant, that somewhere in the restaurant there's a TV on, and the TV might have the news playing. The news might be talking something about the case. So the judge has warned them about that. Obviously, the bailiffs that are with them are going to watch for that and try to protect against that. But yesterday, I think it was yesterday, the judge on a hot mic goes to the bailiff. He's like, "Hey, where are they going for dinner?" like he wants to ride along. It's like free food. And then he quickly killed the mic before they told us. The last thing you want is, all the jurors showing up at a place that everyone knows. It's like, oh, it's a Wings. Everyone head down to Wings. You can see the jurors. Yeah, can't do that. Jury duty. That was put together pretty well. Is this trial picking up at all? It has its moments, Holly Mack. It's also been probably the slowest of the entire trial so far has been today, just with this particular witness and the delivery style and the monotone and the quiet. That's been a little slow, but it's been important because it was the foundation. Well, it was it was bringing the evidence in, so we could see the blood stains and the pictures and the all of everything. But it got spicy at the end, especially on cross and redirect and recross and jurors' questions, and then another direct and another cross. So yeah, it got a little bit spicy towards the end. It's going to be a 10-day trial. Amber says, while I was jamming with y'all, I wasn't paying attention to my clinical council meeting. They apparently voted me in for chair of the committee. That's like everyone who doesn't want the job takes a step back, and you didn't hear the question, and so it looks like you took a step forward. You got voluntold, Amber. Congratulations on your new position. It sounds like one of those lateral promotions that have the same pay. All right. Yeah, the spice has been a little bit better. It's been a little bit better. I'm getting text messages from somebody. Oh. Do you guys know an Ashley Jensen? I don't. That's a scammer. Megan Easton, member for 20 months. Oh, gee. This might be my second longest commitment. Y'all are loved a whole lot. Megan, that is awesome. Congratulations on 20 months. You are so close to a pink courthouse. Just 4 more months. Amber gets voluntold all the time in our mod chat. I'll suggest something, and I'm like, Amber, can you just do that? She doesn't ever say, hey, I could do that, but she does. If I don't get a chair, I've been nominated as co-chair, so I'm so screwed. I quit. They're going to get you in one way or another. Josh, welcome back. Hope everything went well. Excited to have you here. You just missed the music. Detectivids gifted a membership. Alice Turner was the lucky recipient. Congratulations. I have to say thank you. We have now had 87 new members today. That's through this morning and this afternoon. The majority of those, the vast majority of those came in ones and fives of gifted memberships. So the generosity here is just incredible. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Alice, congratulations. If you are a new member, your name's in green. You've got a courthouse next to your name that will show how long you've been a member. Blue is the first month, and it will turn to a light blue next, and then a light green, and eventually a yellow, and an orange, and then a pink. So it slowly transitions. You can type !seat in chat if you're a member, and you get a reserved seat on the front row. It's virtual, but it's the small thing that only we can do. Chrissy, thanks for the kind words. Appreciate that. Yes, you cannot leave now. There is that. Yes, you got gifted a membership, but it's like Hotel California. Bring the jury. You're among friends, though. You won't want to go. Big Deal sounds dope on 1.25. Oh, that would be thumping. The front row is Melly. The front row is huge. It's massive. As you can see, Marie Pierre just took her front row seat. Looks like we're about to get the defendant in, which means we're close to having the jury come back. Unfortunately, the padded chairs are reserved for the jury members. The leather chairs are reserved for the attorney members. But front row is good. I mean, that's a great view. It's a great view in the front row. Ashley's like, it just feels good to sit. It's been a long time. Mr. Chen, when the video was shown yesterday of the suitcase being found, would not look at the screen. Seemed somewhat distraught. And was looking down, refused to look at the screen. They paused the video at the moment the suitcase was sort of dragged up to top, and right before it was opened. And he would not.
Today calls Kristen Schubert, formerly known as Kristen Booker.
Kristen Schubert. She needs to spell that last name for me. Please speak loudly. Pull that mic right up.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Investigator Kristen Schubert.
And how do you spell your last name, ma'am?
Shubert.
What do you do for a living?
I work for the Chattanooga Police Department Crime Scene Unit.
Now she's too close.
What do you do specifically for the crime scene unit?
I am a crime scene investigator.
How long have you worked in that capacity as a crime scene investigator?
Going on 8 years.
Have you received any kind of specialized training that assists you in the performance of your duties as a crime scene investigator?
I have. When you first get hired on there, you do 6 months of field training with a senior investigator. I have attended and graduated from the National Forensic Academy. I am certified through them as a crime scene investigator. I am also a certified crime scene analyst through the International Association for Identification, which is the largest forensic organization. I have received additional training in crime scene reconstruction, shooting incident reconstruction, death investigation, bloodstain pattern analysis, and advanced bloodstain pattern analysis.
What is the National Forensics Academy?
It is an intensive 10-week-long forensic training school in which investigators from all over the country and sometimes from overseas will be sent by their departments to stay at that location for 10 weeks of various forensic disciplines.
But where's that held?
That is in Oak Ridge, Tennessee.
Who puts that on?
It's called the Law Enforcement Innovation Center. It's part of the LEIC, which is connected to the UT Knoxville campus. It is located in Oak Ridge, but it's an offset from the UT.
What's LEIC?
Law Enforcement Innovation Center.
Oh, okay. Ma'am, I'd like to ask you, were you working as a crime scene investigator on November the 28th of 2022?
Yes, I was.
On that day, did you have an occasion to respond to 110 Tremont Street, specifically apartment 210?
Yes, I was requested by Investigator Johnson.
What time were you requested?
I believe she called me somewhere around 7 a.m. and I arrived there around 8:20 that morning.
Were you responsible for that crime scene?
I was not.
How long had other investigators been there, do you know?
Several hours, as far as I'm aware.
Why were you called in?
I was called in by Investigator Johnson to just assist in the documentation of the Blue Star process.
Now, ma'am, we've seen a lot of Blue Star pictures, and I promise this will be the last one.
Are you going to be able to keep that promise?
Now, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as item 178. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Ma'am, what are the difficulties in taking photographs of Blue Star?
The camera settings need to be adjusted on the camera to help capture because it is such a faint reaction sometimes. You have to adjust the camera's sensitivity to light to be able to capture that glow from the Blue Star if there is a positive reaction.
Did you take that photograph that we see there?
Yes, I did.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the Blue Star reaction that you observed in the photograph on the 28th of November 2022?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, move to admit that photograph into evidence.
Yep. Exhibit 178.
Yes, Your Honor, I previously showed it.
Back with the mood lighting, we get to look at this picture again.
Oh, boy.
She is exuding a lot of confidence in how she appears on the stand, how she's answering. I like it.
Try to get
No problem. I'm surprised things have worked this smoothly so far.
surprised too, given. There we go. All right. Now, ma'am.
Holly Mack, thank you so much.
In question that was just admitted into evidence. I'm going to project up on the screen.
It's a nice aerial shot, probably from a drone, I'm guessing. It's got a bit of a fisheye look to the lens.
There we go. Ma'am, is that the photograph that was just admitted into evidence that you took at 110 Tremont Street on the 28th day of November 2022?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Tell the jury what Blue Star is.
Blue Star is a chemiluminescent blood reagent, and investigators use it to help identify areas of interest where the blood may not be visible to the naked eye. When it is applied, it reacts with the iron in your blood, and if there's a positive reaction, you will see that blue or light blue glow, and that is then documented with photographs, and swabs of those areas are taken for further testing.
Have you received specialized training on the application of Blue Star?
We have received training on the application, yes.
At the National Forensics Academy?
Yes.
Okay. So are there other substances other than the iron in blood that can cause a Blue Star reaction?
There are several false positives with Blue Star.
Such as?
There's weasel blood, ferret blood, which is an odd thing. There's some root vegetables, some cleaning products.
I'd like to focus on the cleaning products. What type of cleaning products?
There's all kinds of different ones. Bleach in specific will give a false positive. However, the reaction looks different than that of blood.
How does it look different than that of blood?
Depending on how soon it's been applied, sometimes it can look more white. It's not quite as an intense, long-lasting glow that you might get from blood. So you'll see it, and then it will fade rather quickly. And like I said, sometimes it's not quite as blue. It's more of a white, very, very light blue reaction.
Do you know whether or not isopropyl alcohol can give a false positive under Blue Star?
I would have to look up specifically, but I know that there are several chemicals, some root vegetables, and then obviously animals within that family that will.
But you don't know hydrogen peroxide or isopropyl alcohol?
Not specifically, I do not.
Okay. So after you assisted with the photographing of the Blue Star reaction that we see here, were you able to make any observations about how high up the various walls, the door that we see right there in that photograph, the Blue Star reaction went?
In this particular instance, I know when I was there, we did not spray all the way up to ceilings and things like that. It was midway up the door. In this particular case, the door handle is it's kind of level with the door handle area.
Which would be approximately how high off the ground?
3.5 feet.
3.5 feet, somewhere in there?
Yeah.
Okay. Standard size door, though?
Yeah.
Okay. In addition to doing the Blue Star photography, did you observe blood on any other surfaces inside 110 Tremont?
There were several items or several areas marked in that apartment when I arrived that was being handled by the lead investigators and the other investigators that were on scene prior to my arrival.
Do you know who the lead investigator was on scene?
Investigator Johnson.
And you mentioned other areas being handled. What were those other areas?
They were in the living room, bathroom. There were areas in the bedroom that had been marked, and carpet samples had been taken. This all occurred prior to me getting there. I observed some areas in the bathroom that were near the door frame that had been marked. Down below, near the floor, in the door jamb area. These had all been marked by Investigator Johnson prior to my arrival.
Are you familiar with a term called cast-off?
I am.
What is cast-off, ma'am?
Ultimately, in very layman's terms, it is basically a blood-bearing item in motion where the blood then releases from that item and comes into contact with the surface, whether that be a wall, a chair, a ceiling.
What do you mean by a blood-bearing object?
So, if you were to use a baseball bat and hit somebody with a baseball bat, that first impact is not going to cause necessarily blood to be on that bat to be dispersed in a cast-off pattern. Once the skull is fractured or opened and blood starts to pool in that area, the second hit to somebody would then create more blood to be deposited on the bat. Once that bat is then pulled backwards again in motion after blood has been dispersed onto that item, then the blood drops would release from the object as it's in motion, and when it comes into contact with another surface, it creates what they call a cast-off pattern.
Do they have a unique appearance?
Generally, depending on the size of the item, sometimes you get more elongated or elliptical type shape in a very kind of linear pattern. Like I said, the baseball bat would create a closer to 90-degree blood drop in the beginning as it hits the ceiling, and as it goes backwards, it becomes much more, the blood drops become much more linear, much more elongated as it goes backwards, depending on the angle that that blood drop is hitting that surface.
Does it create like a teardrop shape?
If there is directionality as to where that blood drop is traveling, you will have like a terminal end. So you've got your leading edge where the blood drop hits your surface, and then as it hits your surface, it starts to stretch out and sometimes will leave what's called a tail. The tail is indicating the direction that blood drop was traveling when it hit the surface.
Did you observe any cast-off?
Is that not backwards?
110 Tremont Street?
There was one spot in the picture that I saw in the bathroom. There, I observed there were two very small stains by the door frame that leads from the bathroom into the bedroom. There were two very small stains up above, kind of off to the, I guess it would be the east. So up into the east of the door frame, there were two blood drops that I saw that had tails on them, indicating they were traveling up and east of the door frame.
Thank you, Matt.
So the tail is the direction it was traveling, or the direction it came from?
For context, this has been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 53. You reference a door frame leading into a bedroom. Do you see that door frame in this photograph?
It would be this door frame.
In which wall did you observe the cast-off?
It would be this wall.
Okay. For reference, we can see a kind of silver metallic object that's running horizontally with a circular end. Do you recall what that was?
That was like a towel bar?
Towel bar? Okay, thank you. Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to familiarize yourself with Exhibit 179. It's a collective exhibit, 1 through 8. Okay? Would you mind taking a look at those?
As she looks at those, as it was traveling upwards, she says the tail would be in the direction that it was traveling. But the tail of a blood cast-off pattern points in the direction of the object that flung the blood. This is because the tail is the result of blood being released tangentially to the movement of the object. So tangent to the curve of the swing of the arc.
You recognize those photos?
I do.
What do they depict, General?
This is the area that we were just discussing in the bathroom that's just east of the door frame in the photo.
Do they fairly and accurately show what you saw?
Yes.
Tails point in the direction of motion. What?
So moved.
Can I publish? Thank you. All right, ma'am. This is 179-1. Could you please point out to the jury where in this photograph the blood is that you're referencing?
We've got a static issue. I can't fix that, unfortunately. I'm trying.
On the end of the stains.
So, if we were to look at that for directionality, what general direction was it coming from?
So if you're looking at the tails are going this direction, which means the leading edge of the blood stain was down here below, showing that the blood drops came from this general direction.
Okay, so zooming back out would place it down towards the door itself?
That's correct.
And the threshold of the door, the transition from one room to the other?
Yes.
So the fat end is where it came
Now
from.
I'm going to show you 179-2. Is
that right?
that just a closer picture?
Yes, it's the same area of the door.
179-3.
This is a close-up of some of the spatter that was below that. The drops that we were looking at a second ago were up here towards the top.
When you say spatter below it, could you please point that out for the jury?
It's these more circular drops on the wall that don't, from what I can see from this photo, don't show as much directionality as the other ones.
And I zoomed in. Would you mind pointing those out again?
These ones.
So even though it's got somewhat of an elongation, it's not sufficient for you, based upon your training at the National Forensics Academy and also the blood pattern.
Blood pattern analysis and the advanced blood stain pattern.
Not enough to draw any conclusions on that.
There's small tail here, and possibly here, but because of the angle of the photo and the clarity of the photo, I would stick with the ones that are very evident that they have directionality in them.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And now 179-4, 5, and 6. Is what we see in photograph 6 one of those ones that you described as having a tail?
This is. You can see, it's hard to see in that photo.
I can zoom in a little more.
But there's a leading edge right here. Then the blood drop hits the rest, it elongates, and then the tail is the terminal end where that blood stain ends.
Thank you, ma'am.
So the leading edge is where it starts
In addition
contact with the
to
wall. The tail is where it...
Responding to 110 Tremont Street, taking the photograph and taking a look at some blood on the east wall of the bathroom, which is the wall separating the bedroom from the bathroom.
I stand corrected. Thank you very much.
Did you collect any evidence in this case?
Right before I was about to leave the scene, Investigator Pickles from the homicide unit pulled up and stated that there was an item that was still inside the apartment that was of interest, and she entered with me and we collected a 1/4 zip gray long sleeve.
Do you recall the brand of the...
I do not.
Okay. I'd like to have a moment, Your Honor. Sir. I'm handing you what's been marked and admitted into evidence as item 153. Would you mind taking a look at this? Tell me if you recognize it.
It's like, it's not my size.
Yes, I do.
And what is that item?
This is the shirt I entered with Investigator Pickles to collect from inside the apartment.
So that's the 1/4 zip sweatshirt, sweater, whatever you want to call it, that you collected?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Was that the only item that you collected at 110 Tremont Street?
Yes, it is.
Were you working the following day? The
Yes,
29th? Okay. On that day, did you happen to do anything regarding the missing person case at this point of Miss Jasmine Pace?
I was contacted by Detective Slaughter from the homicide unit and asked to begin processing of the Jasmine Pace vehicle.
Specifically, ma'am, what were you looking for inside the vehicle?
He had instructed us to do DNA, fingerprints, and Blue Star, and then look for receipts from a certain day to the day of the search.
One of the places that you looked for DNA evidence was that steering wheel.
Yes, it was.
Why would you look at the steering wheel of the vehicle for DNA?
The steering wheels obviously are a highly touched location. You have to maneuver and manipulate the steering wheel when driving. There is a braided surface on the inside of most steering wheels that is a little more abrasive. So when you're looking at touch DNA and where somebody might slough off DNA at, that abraded, rougher surface of your steering wheel where you're grabbing and you're maneuvering it a lot is a good location to swap for that.
You mentioned touch DNA. What is touch DNA?
It's just they're able to do more with less. They don't need quite as big of a sample nowadays to be able to identify somebody. So touch DNA is just saying that when you touch something, we're going to go and swab it, and the lab now is able to use such a minute amount to get your DNA profile that it's called touch DNA.
Just because you swab something, is there a guarantee that you're going to collect a large enough quantity of DNA for analysis based
Absolutely
on results? Okay. So it's just kind of a shot hoping that you catch something.
More or less. There are several areas that we would do on a vehicle, knowing the lab has told us some of them don't usually produce much for us, but we do it because there is an off chance that we might get it. So.
And in this case, did you actually swab the steering wheel for touch DNA?
We do it to collect DNA, yes.
Did you do it on this particular occasion?
Yes, I did.
How do you collect that?
The cotton swabs come in packets of 2. So we would put on gloves. You would open the package of cotton swabs. Like I said, there's 2 in each package. We use distilled sterile water. It comes in a little container. You break open that container. You would then wet one of the swabs, leaving one dry. In the area in which you're wanting to collect, you would then use both swabs in that area, the wet and the dry. Then you would package those in a DNA box. That DNA box is then placed in another container, and that is sent to the lab for testing.
Why would you need to wet the swab first?
There are several reasons. Sometimes it might be really hot outside or something, those cells might be stuck to something, so you dampen that surface and then use the dry one to collect behind it. In cases where you've got a wet stain, it may not be necessary to wet one and have one dry, because if you're doing a pooling of blood per se, it's already wet, so you just use both swabs in that wet spot. When you're talking about a drier location, sometimes you need to wet it or hydrate that area a little bit and then use the dry swab to come behind it and collect it off that surface.
So if it's wet, it's easier to transfer from the surface to the cotton swab.
Rather than something that's stuck to a surface, yes.
And dry.
Yes.
How long does it take for something to dry out like that?
Yes, it depends on the environmental conditions.
Sure. Can it dry out in a matter of days?
I would assume so, yes.
Blood specifically, can that dry out in a couple of days?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as 180. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the swab taken from the steering wheel of the Equinox.
Did it belong to whom?
Jasmine Pace.
Your Honor, I move to admit into evidence 180, the swab taken from Jasmine Pace's steering wheel. So moved. Now, was that item submitted to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Crime Laboratory for analysis?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and that's indicated by what?
They have their pricing, their tape at the bottom that specifically says TBI lab.
So that item was sent to the lab.
Yes, it was.
I'd like to fast forward, if I could, to December the 1st, 2022. Were you working on that day?
Yes, it was.
Where were you working?
The Chattanooga Police Department Crime Scene Unit.
On the afternoon of the 1st, were you sent to another location?
I was contacted by the Homicide Division and notified that they believed they had found a suitcase possibly containing human remains off of Creek Road.
Did you respond to that location?
I did.
When you arrived, who all was present?
There were several people present. There were several officers as well as several individuals from the homicide unit. Shortly after I arrived, the medical examiner also arrived.
Did you have an opportunity to look at the suitcase?
I did. It was pulled up onto level ground by the time I had arrived on scene, but I did observe it and document and photograph that and collect evidence from that area.
Ma'am, I'm now going to retrieve from what's been previously marked for identification only as 173. Would you please tell me if you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
What is this item?
This is the suitcase that was recovered at Sup Creek Road.
I move at this time item 173 into evidence.
So moved.
Where did this suitcase go after Sup Creek Road?
Because we believed it had human remains inside of it, the medical examiner wanted it transported as is. So Hamilton County EMS came out to the scene. They loaded the suitcase onto the EMS truck and transported it to the medical examiner's office.
Where did you go to the medical examiner's office as well?
Yes, I did.
And what happened when you all arrived at the medical examiner's office?
The medical examiner x-rayed the suitcase, and then once determining what was inside, I began documenting as we removed these remains.
Ma'am, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as Exhibit 181, 1 through 5. Would you familiarize yourself with those? Generally, what do those photographs show?
This is a series of photos that shows the process once we removed the victim from the suitcase while inside the bags. We placed them on the table. And this is a series of photos to show the process of taking each layer of the garbage bags off. And so it depicts that process.
Your Honor, the state would move to advance and evidence the collective exhibit.
So moved.
Your Honor, I would also give an admonition that at least one of these photos some people may find disturbing.
Ladies and gentlemen, one of the photos has been indicated is going to be graphic in nature. If it's something that is going to require you to leave the courtroom, you probably should do that. I'll remind the media of the court's admonition earlier.
Showing you 181-1. You recognize the individual shown on the right side of this photograph?
Yes, I do. That is Dr. Cogswell.
Who is he?
He's the Hamilton County Medical Examiner.
And what are we looking at in the center of this photograph, ma'am?
This is the bags with the victim's remains in it outside of the suitcase.
In all, how many layers of bags were there?
There were 3.
1812. What does this photograph show?
This is looking into layer number 2. We had just cut the outside layer of the bag here, and on the inside you can see the second layer.
181.3.
This would be when we entered the innermost layer, the third layer of the garbage bags.
Ma'am, there appears to be a metallic object towards the center of this photograph. Can you identify those for us?
This is the set of handcuffs, one to her wrist and one to her ankle.
On which side?
Her right side.
1814.
This is Dr. Coswell peeling back each layer of the garbage bags.
And the one, Judge, that people probably find most disturbing, 1815. What are we looking at here?
This is just another view as we're getting through the layers of garbage bags to the victim. And you can see I believe it's the shackle on the left side.
Left shackle?
And the left, around the left ankle.
What's the difference between the handcuffs and the shackle?
Well, the handcuff had 2 locations. So there was one to attach to her hand and one to her ankle. The shackle only had 1 cinch and then a chain.
Were you present for the entirety of the autopsy?
I was not. I was there to collect the suitcase as well as the garbage bags after they were removed. They needed to dry out, so I took custody of those items and I left. I did not stay further.
Now, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as item 182. Have you seen item 182 before?
Yes, this is the garbage bag, number 1, the most exterior.
So going back to exhibit 181-1, that would be the garbage bag that we
Cameraman's
see.
trying to find a safe place to
That's the
look.
only bag that we can see in this photo.
That's correct.
Almost showed the jury.
You collected that from the medical examiner's office?
That's correct.
Did you place that item into evidence?
It was hung to dry. Once it was finished processing, yes, it did go to property.
And that's the same bag?
Yes, it is.
Move 182 into evidence, Your Honor. And it was been marked for identification as 183. Recognize this item?
Yes, I do. This is the middle garbage bag, the second layer.
So if we're looking at 181-2, can we see it in that photo?
It would have been this layer here.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. That's the same garbage bag shown in that photograph in the middle.
Yes, it is.
I'll move 183 into evidence, Your Honor.
So is it?
Finally, ma'am, please take a look at this. Tell me if you've seen it before.
This is layer number 3. So this would have been the one closest to the victim.
Going now to 181-3, where would that be? Thank you. Now, ma'am, you mentioned a drying process. Where was that done?
We had set up a drying area in our vehicle processing bay. We hung string from the ceiling, and we were able to document like which bag was which, and then hang them to dry with butcher paper below them to catch anything that would fall from them.
Handing you, it's been marked for identification as 185. You recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What does it depict?
This is what the bags look like in the vehicle processing bag after they were hung.
Fairly and accurately show that?
Yes, it does.
Moved into evidence. I'm sorry, Judge. Got it myself.
We got 184, is that correct?
Oh, I'm sorry, 184 would be the garbage bag, I put that into evidence. 185 is sorry. Could you please tell us which bag is number 1, which one's number 2, and which one's number 3 in this photograph?
So it's hard to see. I had actually drawn it on this, and I believe they were labeled at some point. But I believe this is the outermost, the middle is the middle, and then this was the innermost.
Okay. And after they were dried out, did you package them?
After they were dried out, they were swabbed for DNA and processed for fingerprints, and then they were packaged.
Okay. So after that process, they were packaged and placed into evidence.
That's correct.
The jury already asked about these bags being processed for
Since we're on the
fingerprints.
topic
So they're perking up on this one.
Did you take any swabs of the suitcase?
Yes, I did.
Specifically, ma'am, what parts of that suitcase did you swab?
I believe I swabbed all of the handled areas, the pull-up handle, the zipper area. I was, again, looking for areas that are high-touch areas on a suitcase that might have the highest probability to produce any DNA.
And I'm nervous.
Now I'm handing you what's been marked. It is 186. You've seen that before?
Yes.
What is that?
This is the swab from the suitcases. I called it the pull-out handle because I'm not exactly sure what it's called, but the handle that pulls up from the back.
Would you mind stepping down with the glove and showing the jury where that is? Okay, so that's the pull-up handle.
That's what I call it.
Sure. Okay. And Judge, may she stay there? Is that
I want to turn the microphone around so they can hear her better.
Yes.
Apparently this microphone is just pointed across the room.
Next, ma'am, I'm handing you what's been marked is Exhibit 187. You know where that came from?
The pulled areas of bag number 1.
Okay. And what would that be?
That would be the garbage bags.
Ah, so that came from garbage bag number 1 being Exhibit number 182. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. And did you collect that using the same process that you described earlier?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm handing you what I will mark as Exhibit 188. You recognize that?
This is a swab from the areas that appear to be pulled on the bag number 2, the garbage bag.
For the record, bag number 2 is which item?
That is 191. It's the middle bag.
And as far as exhibit is concerned?
183.
Okay. Thank you.
At some point during this trial, they're going to present and hold up the shackles,
And you
handcuffs.
now 189 for identification.
I think that'll be another very impactful moment.
This is a swab from bag number 3, again in the areas that look to have been stretched or pulled on the garbage bag.
Okay, and for the record, bag number 3 is exhibit number what?
184.
Thank you. You may sit down. So you collected all of these from those items that you previously testified about?
Yes, I did.
All right, at this time, I would move into evidence exhibit 186, 187, 188, 189.
So moved.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sir.
cross things off on the list.
Did you ever receive the shackles
There
and
goes.
handcuffs from the medical examiner's office?
I did on the 2nd, I believe, I responded to the medical examiner's office to retrieve the items that were collected during autopsy, which included the handcuffs and shackle and swabs and victim's clothing.
What did you do upon receipt of the shackles and the handcuffs?
These two items were again swabbed for DNA.
On what portion?
Again, you're going to look at the chain or the area that cinches down that's kind of rough and more likely to pull skin cells or DNA off somebody.
Collected those using the same process and procedures that you described earlier?
That's correct.
And he was been marked for identification purposes as 190, 191. What are those two items?
This
When you say this,
exhibit 190
yes, ma'am.
is the swab from the pair of shackles.
And 191?
191 is going to be the swab from the handcuffs.
And you collected both of those?
That's correct, I did.
Moved to admit into evidence 190, 191. Ma'am, all these swabs that we've just admitted into evidence, are you able to tell whether they were submitted for testing at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
Based on the tape stating that it was from the TBI lab, I would say yes, they were sent for testing.
Like I don't know, Judge. Yes, sir. So, ma'am, I'd like to return for a moment to the three garbage bags that we see hanging in the picture. How did you differentiate the various bags from each other?
So I made notes at the MD's office, and then when I got to that location, up here on the countertop, I made a diagram that because I knew APHIS was going to get involved for fingerprinting so that they were aware of what the inside versus the outside of the bag was and in which layer was which. I drew out a diagram at the front of that showing as it's hanging on the rope, is the side touching the rope on the inside of the bag or the outside of the bag as to how it was on her body, as well as which layer of the garbage bags it was, whether it was the exterior most or the interior most or the middle. And I believe that's how Sergeant, now Lieutenant Franklin, was aware of how.
So the bag that was touching Jasmine Pace's body was numbered how?
They would have just been, it would have been the back, like as I'm standing there, the furthest back from where I was.
What number did you assign to the bag that was touching Jasmine Pace's body?
192, I believe.
No, did you number the bags individually?
Oh, so number three, yes, 1, 2, and 3.
Yes, ma'am. So which number was touching Jasmine Pace's body?
That would have been number 3.
And the bag, the middle layer bag was bag number what?
2.
And the outermost bag is bag
number 1.
Okay, thank you. And you labeled them both inside and outside.
As to what was touching, yes.
Sure. So the outermost edge of the outermost bag would be outside bag 1.
Yes.
Then you have inside bag 1.
Yes.
Then outside bag 2.
Yes.
Then inside bag 2.
Correct.
Then outside bag 3.
Yes.
And inside bag 3.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
see what Cross wants to go into on this.
Good afternoon. It's Mrs. Schubert now.
That's correct, it is. Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let me ask you about Jasmine's car. You're the one that did the investigation in her car.
That's correct.
Did you collect any receipts on her vehicle?
I would have to refer back to the evidence report, but I know several of them were photographed. Several receipts were photographed.
Can you please identify this for us?
Yes, this is a receipt for a hemp company.
Can you open it, please? Or do you need scissors?
Seriously?
Yes.
A receipt for a hemp company.
What is that?
Yeah, this is an Elevate Hemp Company receipt.
Is that the receipt that you found in Jasmine's vehicle?
Yes.
It's best so I can move this in the evidence, whatever exhibit number we're on.
I would like to see.
She almost pulled it away from him when he reached for it. You see that? Prosecution wants to see it.
I got 192 is next. I got the last one, 191.
Will there be an objection here on relevance? I don't know. It's collected at the crime scene. I think it's coming in.
May I have the...
Yes, well, just to catch up, I'm going to make sure we're on the same page with exhibits. I believe the last exhibit 4 was the swap from the handcuffs, 191. That'll make this one 192. I'm sorry, you want a document change?
Yes.
Let's see what's on the receipt.
Mrs. Schubert, when is this receipt dated?
This would be 11/22 of 2022 at 3:16 p.m.
And what's the customer's name?
Jasmine Days.
And what did she purchase?
I'm not really in on the what all that is, but
Slurkine.
it's like hemp, disposable 2G, grape ape,
Slurkine.
whatever, sugar cane, slurkine, can't read what that says, and then whatever temperate.
Thank you, ma'am.
About $70 worth of products.
Let me ask you about your
vape cartridges.
Your investigation at Jason's Chen's apartment. Did you spray the Blue Star?
I did not.
Who sprayed the Blue Star?
And I believe Investigator Brown.
Who held the light?
Investigator Johnson.
And what did you do?
I was behind the camera.
Was it low light?
There was some light available through the sliding glass door in the bedroom, but in the living room area it was quite dark, so at some points in time, sometimes the use of the light to bring a little more so that someone can see if there is a reaction, what the reaction is on, So sometimes a little extra light is used.
Did you have auxiliary lights?
We did not.
Wouldn't auxiliary lights be useful?
Sometimes it's overpowering. The way you adjust your camera, sometimes a flash of light. We're not turning lights on like in this room. When we're utilizing a flashlight, it's more, you turn it on, turn it off. It's just a burst of light, not a constant light. So a flashlight or some sort of external light would just be used quickly.
Wouldn't you say the brightness of the light might change the brightness of the fluorescence of the blue star?
No, ultimately not. The light is just lighting the environment. The camera is still capturing the same result. So with the light off, you would almost argue that it fluoresces more with no other external lighting than without it, with it.
You weren't in the courtroom, but we saw these blue star pictures that you took, right?
Some of them, yes.
Who took the others?
There were some taken prior to me getting there.
Had someone already applied blue star before you got there?
I think they took a couple before I got there, yes.
Who?
I would not be able to answer that.
Why do you, if you know the reason, why wouldn't they wait for you to get there?
Sometimes people have difficulty with their camera, and I think that's what they were having, is they needed some assistance with the documentation portion on the camera, which is why they called me to assist with the camera settings.
Because one person has to control the light.
If you have that many people, yes, one person controls the light.
And one person has to spray the blue star, right?
Yes.
And then one person has to take the pictures.
If you have that many people to provide that, yes. Sometimes somebody taking a picture might also have to flash a flashlight if you don't have 3 investigators available.
So you weren't in here when we saw all these pictures. Sometimes the blue star on that screen looks very different than the blue star on that screen. Why is that?
I would assume it's the resolution on the monitors.
So when you get these pictures, the resolution of those pictures can also change the fluorescence of the blue star, or the strength of the fluorescence of the blue star.
I'm not a camera expert, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. I know that in person, the reactions were very bright in person, as well as what it showed on the picture.
Did you blue star the walls in the bedroom?
No.
Why not?
They had a layout of what they were blue starring, and like I said, I was there to just capture the reaction.
So it wasn't up to you?
No, I was not making decisions. It was not my scene.
Did you blue star the bathroom, the walls of the bathroom?
The walls of the bathroom, I do not believe, no.
What is the Castlemeyer test?
It's a presumptive test.
Castlemeyer is a presumptive test?
Presumptive, yes. It's also known as phenophaline. It's part of the phenophaline test. We do not refer to it as Castlemeyer. We use hemosticks. We also use OBTI because it's blood specific for human blood, as opposed to phenophaline.
Are all those tests presumptive tests?
They all are.
Okay.
Including blue star.
And there is testing that you could have done that would confirm blood. Not presumptive, but could confirm it, right?
All of the tests we do on scenes are presumptive tests. At no point in time do we do any confirmatory other than an OBTI will tell us it's human.
There are tests available to investigators. You may, CPD, Chattanooga Police Department may not have them, but there are tests that forensic investigators can use at the scene to determine whether or not it is blood and can confirm it, right?
I'm sure there is some sort of machine or something out there that can be used, but we do not possess it.
So you said that there were spots of what you call cast-off on the walls of the bathroom.
I described what cast-off was, and I also described what the stain looked like. I did not do a blood stain analysis at this scene, so I'm not labeling anything as a specific pattern. I'm describing what the stain looks like.
The stains on the bathroom wall, you call that cast-off, am I wrong?
I did not call it cast-off. That's how it was described to me, and I described the stain and what the stain looked like.
Was that misleading to call it cast-off then?
No, I did not do an analysis at the scene, so I'm not labeling it as any type of pattern. I'm describing what this stain specifically looks like, which could be consistent with a cast-off pattern when looked at the totality of the scene.
Did you do a swab of the stain on the bathroom wall?
I did not know. It was not my scene.
So there was no confirmatory tests performed on that, right?
That's correct.
It wasn't collected as a swab.
That's correct.
And because there's no swab, nothing was sent to TBI.
That's correct.
If it was cast off, you don't know which object, if an object it came from.
No, it could have been a hand, it could have been a knife, it could have been a blood-bearing object in motion.
Could have been a t-shirt. And it could be anything.
In essence, yes.
Did you observe Blue Star reactions on the floor?
Yes.
Did you see any footprints?
I would have to go back and examine those better to see if I mean, I guess some of the stains potentially could have looked like prints of some kind.
So I was talking about shoe prints there. Did you see footprints?
No, it was shoes.
But you saw no footprints.
I would have to go back and look at the photos.
Investigator Johnson, who testified right before you, said that she saw a footprint without toes. Did you see what she saw?
I didn't examine those photographs as closely as she did, so I wouldn't be able to say.
Did you see any wiping in the Blue Star?
I do believe that in some of the photos I saw what looked like smearing, maybe.
Smearing. What about like swipes?
Swipes and wipes are usually described in bloodstain pattern analysis of stains that you would see on a wall.
Right.
But on the floor where you're cleaning it up, I'm saying more of this, like if someone was to take it and do this on the floor as they're trying to clean it. So yes, a swipe or a wipe would be a bloodstain pattern term, yes.
And you saw that?
There were areas where I saw, like if something had been moved around, yes.
What about slippage? Did you see slippage?
As far as on the body?
On the floor of the Blue Star.
I don't know, I was not looking at that.
What, do you know what leucocrystal violet is?
Leucocrystal violet is also a blood reagent that is used to enhance blood. It's a light purple color.
Did you use that?
No, I did not.
Have you ever used it?
I have in training, yes, I have. We just recently purchased it and received it, so we have not been able to use it on the scene yet, but I have used it in training as well as at the NFA.
And it makes these patterns in the Blue Star easier to see, right?
It enhances blood, kind of like Blue Star, except it's a purple color, or a needle black, does the same thing.
And Chattanooga Police Department just got this technology?
We received it, yes.
And is this a new technology?
It is not, but we've been using the same kind of chemicals for a long time, and as prices change and as money becomes available, we're trying to upgrade what we have available to us as investigators. So now, yes, we do have leucocrystal violet or LCD.
So with more funds, you can do better investigations?
With more funds, we can buy more to assist in investigations, yes.
You walked, so you came after a Blue Star application had already been applied?
That's correct.
And you walked through the scene?
I would booties applied, yes.
Would blood go on the booties? If there was blood on the floor, would your booties soak up the blood?
If there was pools of blood or fresh blood, yes. It's potentially, yes, you would pick it up.
What about dry blood?
Usually it doesn't just pick up and move around with dry blood.
What if the carpet was damp with cleaning materials?
I don't believe I mean, is it possible? I can't say it's out of the realm of possibility, but the investigators walking around don't make singular drops on the ground.
It's possible for even crime scene investigators to contaminate a scene, right?
I'm not saying it's impossible.
He didn't get what he wanted. She's good.
Let me ask you about these the handcuffs and shackles that you described. Were these the kind of handcuffs that law enforcement used?
I wouldn't know. I've seen several different types, brands, makes, models of handcuffs.
Did you collect these handcuffs into evidence?
I did.
Okay. Were they lightweight or heavyweight?
They were decently heavy.
One of the handcuffs had the key attached to it.
I believe it was the handcuffs.
Yeah, you had talked about a chain, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then what was on the end of that chain?
On the shackle, I don't recall what was at the end of the shackle part. The handcuffs had keys hanging from it from the middle.
Was there a mechanism on the handcuff, that a button you could press that would instantly release it?
I didn't fidget with the handcuffs. I took the swabs and I secured them.
I don't want to know if you fidgeted with it.
No, I don't. I don't touch the mechanisms on it in case that was going to be sent off for testing.
I'm not asking you if you touched the mechanism or see if the mechanism worked. I'm just asking you, did you observe the mechanism? Did you see the button on there?
I don't recall that.
I'm familiar with what he's asking. Basically, pretend kids play sets of handcuffs, and yes, they do sell handcuffs for kids to pretend cops and robbers.
Just one moment.
They function with a key, but they also have a release button where you just push it and it opens up. It's typically right next to the chain joint connection to the shackle itself.
Jury, have any questions for Mrs. Schubert?
Come on, jury. I haven't heard anything that would indicate these were padded handcuffs of any type. Right when I go to make the slurp sounds, they make static noises. All right, judge has the questions. More question. There's one. Bailiff moves out of the way. Defense moves up. Mr. Weiss can't hear. Cups his hand to his ear, says, "Say it again." Judge reads it again. Looking for body language to see if there's a side that seems opposed to any of the questions. Prosecution there shaking her head a little bit. Defense says, "Hey, come on up. Bring your other question." Late question comes in. Judge reads it. Everyone's leaning into strain to hear. In the courtroom, they do have white noise turned on, which makes it very difficult to hear anything. Mr. Moyes had something to say about that one. Now Miss Morrison responds for the defense. Judge is making some notes on the question himself. Okay, next one. Everyone leans into here. Some shrugs, nods. Looks like no problems with that question. Okay. All right, everyone go back. We're done. We're going to ask the questions now.
So one of the was basically asking for information about the question process. If you recall, we went over this in the preliminary jury instructions where you were advised you would be allowed to ask questions. The question was, the questions not asked are they denied by the judge or the attorney. If you recall those preliminary jury instructions, there are lots of reasons a question might not be asked or be asked in different language. It might be unfair to the defense state answering the question. That the question might be better answered by another witness. The question might not be asked because the parties have agreed that that's not relevant to this case. So the takeaway is that you can't speculate on why any question was asked or not asked or asked in different different language, because doing so would definitely be unfair to one side or the other. So you can't
Jury wants to know, why are our questions not all being read?
For a very important reason or not so important reason. So don't speculate about it, okay?
That was one question.
One of the questions was regarded DNA fingerprints found on the suitcase, the victim's body, trash bags, handcuffs, and shackles. Another witness coming later may answer some of those questions for you. Okay. Counsel approach. Question at the bottom.
There was a second question we didn't go over. So we're going to ask that question again. Everyone gather around. It's a quick question. Something like, can we see them? Or something like that. Let's see what it says.
There was another question on the bottom of this I didn't catch the first time. The question is, was the victim drug tested? That answer will also come in through a different witness.
Was the victim drug tested? That'll come in later.
All right, Mr. Schubert, the jury has a question for you. I'm going to read the question. You can face the jury and answer, please. What was the significance of collecting the gray quarter zip shirt?
I can't, at the time I was not aware. I know Detective Cottrell from Homicide they had been out looking earlier that day at different leads, and when she came back she said that it was of value, that quarter zip was, and that they needed it collected. So I re-entered the apartment, I hadn't left the scene yet, and collected that item that she had requested.
Any redirect based on the jury's questions? Any redirect? Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. You missed it.
All right. Very good witness, number 10, Kristen Schubert. Did they call another witness? We're at 5:34. I was talking over, I missed what the witness' name was. We've probably got another half hour or so left. The judge has been wrapping up around 6. There's our witness. I see a badge on the waistband, so it looks like an officer.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Gregory Mardis, M-A-R-D-I-S.
Sir, are you working anywhere currently?
I am retired from the Chattanooga Police Department.
How long did you work for the Chattanooga Police Department?
25 years.
Do you have any law enforcement experience with any other agencies besides CPD?
Yes, I was a sheriff's deputy at Madison County Sheriff's Department in Jackson, Tennessee for 5 years before that.
So all in 30 years in law enforcement?
That's correct.
What was your last duty assignment with the Chattanooga Police Department?
I was an investigator assigned to the crime scene unit at the police department.
What were your general duties and responsibilities back in late November of 2022?
As a crime scene investigator, our duties were to respond to scenes, record them with photography, video. We also were assigned additional duties of collecting evidence, things like that.
And specifically on the 30th of November 2022, were you working as a crime scene investigator?
Yes, I was.
On that day,
Right
did
side of
you
his
respond
belt.
to a particular location to collect any evidence?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall where you were sent to?
Detective Slaughter had called me and asked me to respond over to the homicide unit office, and I went over there.
For what purpose?
He wanted me to collect a DNA sample from the parents of the victim.
And what type of sample did you collect?
I collected buccal swabs, which is a swab of the inside of the cheek. The skin on the inside of your mouth is very soft and sloughs off cells easily, so it's a good source for DNA.
This will probably be pretty quick, just authenticating for chain of custody purposes. The
Sir, I'm
swabs.
handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 193. Tell me if you recognize that item.
Yes, sir, I do.
Where did that item come from?
That is a swab from Katrina Pace.
Who collected that swab?
I collected that.
At the homicide office?
That's correct.
On what day?
November the 30th, 2022.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit item 193 into evidence.
So admitted.
Sir, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 194. You seen that?
Yes, I have.
And what is that?
This is a buccal swab from Travis Pace.
And, sir, where was that collected?
That was collected at the homicide office as well.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit that item into evidence.
So admitted.
I bet that's all they need him for.
Did you go to another location on that day to work on the homicide of Miss Jasmine Pace?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall what location you were sent to?
I was asked to respond out to 5977 Old Ayden Pike.
Were you told what that location was?
I was told that this was the location that the victim resided at.
And what was the purpose of going to that particular location?
That location had already been searched prior, and they wanted me to collect a known sample for DNA for the victim from that location.
So what types of things would you, as a crime scene investigator, attempt to collect for known samples of DNA from somebody?
I was looking for something that would be specific to the victim. As I said earlier, the inside of the mouth is an excellent source for DNA. I collected the victim's toothbrush from her toothbrush holder, and also collected a second toothbrush from a bag that was on the floor. I made sure that a hair clip with some hair attached to it. Collected that, and also collected a stick of deodorant.
Specifically, sir,
collected a lot
were
of
you able to collect a
Jasmine's
toothbrush from
personal items
a
for
shower in a pool house?
Yes, that's correct.
Well, sir, I'm showing you what's been. Can I have a DVD, Judge? I'm showing you what's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 17. I'm going to focus in and zoom in on the bottom. Do you recognize that object?
Yes, that's the shower stall in the pool house.
Do you see the toothbrush that you collected in this photograph?
It's in the very back, against the back wall there.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as 195. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
What is that item?
This is that toothbrush that we were just looking at in the photograph.
And you collected it from the Pace residence on Old Dayton Pike?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I would move 195. You mentioned another toothbrush.
That's correct.
I'm handing you now what's been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 196. Recognize 196.
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is the toothbrush that was collected from the bag on the bed in the pool house.
Okay. I'm going to Your Honor, at this time, I would move 196 into evidence. Thank you. Now, sir, as part of your duties and responsibilities as a crime scene investigator, do you from time to time transport items to the TBI crime laboratory?
That's correct.
And why do they have y'all transport items from the Chattanooga Police property room to the TBI crime laboratory?
Anything, whatever testing they may be needing done at TBI, we transport it up there personally in order to ensure security.
Okay. And sir, after you collected those toothbrushes that are now in evidence as 195 and 196, did you receive further instructions that day?
Yes, I did.
Where is that?
I was instructed to place these items into property, which I did. They're items 49 through 52. I then checked those items along with several other items out and transported them to the TBI lab in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Okay. Specifically, sir, did you transport various samples of carpet? Items 6 and 9?
6 and 9 were transported, yes.
Okay, and that's the CPD property numbers?
Yes.
And did you also transport a buccal swab of Jason Chen, item 46?
Item 46, yes, that's correct.
The buccal swabs of Travis Pace and Katrina Pace?
Yes, that's correct.
And those 2 toothbrushes as well?
Yes.
Did you deliver them to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Crime Laboratory in Knoxville?
Yes, I did.
I'd now like to ask you about your activities on or about December the 7th, 2022. Were you working on that day?
Yes, I was.
In what capacity?
I was again working as a crime scene investigator.
And on that day, were you sent to a location to perform crime scene duties?
Yes, I was.
Specifically on the 7th day of December, what were you asked to do?
I responded to the homicide unit offices. Once there, I was requested to fingerprint Mr. Chen and also to collect a hair sample from him.
May we approach? Yes, sir.
Sometimes it's sort of too bad that you can't just grab a big handful of hair and just rip it off the head. I think they just took one strand or a couple little cutting. I appreciate everyone sharing where they keep their toothbrush. I'm actually pretty picky about my toothbrush. I can't keep it with other people's toothbrushes. I keep mine in my room on a special little place. Hey, Mrs. R.A.
What do you do for a living?
What? Mrs. R.A. is like, why are you talking about where you keep your toothbrush? It's irrelevant to the court. It's relevant. How are you doing? Do you want to say anything? Nope. What are you eating?
Nuts. Did you get a cat got in the house?
The cat got in the house?
Didn't you hear the screaming?
It was Kiki? Kiki's back. How did it get in?
I don't know.
Probably through the bathroom where there's a hole. Oh, man, the cat in the house. It's an outdoor cat. So did you get him out?
I think so.
Man, who found him?
All the kids. They were like yelling. I'm surprised you didn't hear it.
I heard. Did you guys hear it? We had a cat in the house. We don't have a cat. Well, at least not an indoor cat.
Now we do.
What kind of nuts were those?
Those are almonds.
Almonds? Do you have any pecans? Do I have any?
Yep.
I don't. You were right. All right. The attorneys have asked to approach. We're getting once again to that point where the defendant was at the police station and he's being processed. We've seen a lot of objections at this point anytime they talk about what happened when he was processed at the police station. So let's see what comes of this. We've sort of, every time this has been broached before, we sort of backtracked and moved on. So let's see what happens here.
How's this going? What if you're going to be like, hey, this case is special because of what?
Everyone's like, let the cat stay. The cat has a heated cat house on the deck, like literally a heat pad cat house just for him, next to all the cat toys any cat could ever want. We have severe allergies in the house, unfortunately. I will tell you that, yes, what was it, a couple days ago? Might have been Saturday. I saw Kiki out in the yard. I'm like, oh, hey, Kiki, come here. And Kiki would have none of it. Instead, he just hid behind a bush, was twitching his tail, decided to sprint. He got zoomies. He was running across the yard and climbed a little tree that's about 50-cent piece around. It's tiny. Then jumps down and runs to a bush and bats at a leaf. And so I think someone else has been feeding him better food than me, and he was just rubbing that in. So, but now he's back and he's in the house. Okay, are you seriously not going to bring me any pecans?
That is correct. What stands out?
Almonds? I'm a hungry guy.
I see you've been looking good.
We're gonna vote. Should Kiki be an indoor house cat? I have to tell you that if Kiki wins, some kids have to go, and possibly Mrs. R.A. as well, because the allergies are severe. I like Kiki, but I love Mrs. R.A. So. All right, this is the long sidebar. We've had discussion back and forth. Judges heard from both sides. He's now going back to the prosecution, asking for their reasoning on this particular issue. If it has to do with Mr. Chen being processed at the police station, which is what the question was right when they asked to approach. Be interesting the reasoning why this can't be brought up. Possibly because he was only detained at the time. He wasn't arrested.
Who's the star on this?
Who's the star?
Yeah.
Oh, the judge. This is his courtroom.
No, I mean it's like no.
Oh, I would say the prosecutor in the brown suit is phenomenal. She is really, really good. Her name is escaping me right now. It's an interesting name. It's Cody, spelled C-O-T-Y, Wamp, W-A-M-P, like Cody Wamp.
That's a cool name.
I thought it was awesome. Her parents might, get in trouble for that's growing up. She might not have liked it, but man, I think it's awesome now. Then her partner is Paul Moyles. He's all the way in the left in the gray. And then the two in the dark suits on the right, that's going to be Amanda Morrison and Joshua Weiss on the end with the beard. Judge, by the way, is Judge Boyd Patterson, who has been really calm throughout all this. I think he really, really enjoys his job.
Have there been any witnesses who are outstanding for good or bad?
I would say the best witness, the one we just had was really, well, let's see, we are on witness number, day 3, witness number 11, Gregory Mardis is up right now, who's a retired investigator who did a lot of the DNA swabs in the mouth and all that, and transported a lot of that stuff to the Tennessee. Whoa, look at defense getting animated. Big mouth, big shakes of the head, not liking it, almost pounding the table. Judge is nodding. He's still shaking his head. More nods from prosecution. Anyway, Gregory is we haven't really got into the meat of it yet with him, so I can't really judge his appearance. But Kristen Schubert, right before him, was a lady that's just a phenomenal crime scene investigator. Just really held her own. Didn't get bullied around at all, even though she sort of got aggressively challenged by the defense on cross-examination. A lot of questions about Blue Star, about the blood, about the investigation, and she knew her role and kept to it. Didn't overstep. Didn't fall into any trap by trying to say something that she might have known. She's like, this is what I came to do. This is what I did. Mostly she was a photographer. But
So you went to the crime scene office to collect a fingerprint.
If there was an objection, it was overruled. They picked up right where they left off.
Person named Jason Chen in the courtroom here today.
Yes, sir.
Who's described what they're wearing?
Plaid tie, blue suit.
Let the record reflect identification.
Silver bucket.
Plaid tie.
Person with?
Yes, he does.
Sir, I'm handing you a collection of photographs. Do you recognize the individual
Focus is hard.
in these photographs? And without showing it to the jury.
Don't show the jury.
So
he flips it up. He turns away.
You got to look at that just like that, okay? Yes, sir. All right.
You recognize the individuals in that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Who's depicted in this photograph?
Myself, Mr. Chen, and Investigator Puckett.
Was this image created at the time that you were doing something?
Yes, I was.
What were you doing?
I was fingerprinting Mr. Chen at that time.
For identification. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, this exhibit is going to be entered for identification only. That means, as you might have gathered, we're keeping a record of everything. It's part of a record, but it will not be something that goes back to the future jury. No reason to speculate on why that's the case, but legally, this witness has identified Jason Chen from the photograph. During the process, we personally witnessed and participated in the printing, getting labels from the defendant.
How does one take a bunch of
Jury won't get to see that.
I'm sorry.
That's collected.
196.
Negative. 197. Okay. 196 was a toothbrush from the bag on the bed. That track here, General.
It does that.
I bet it can throw us all off.
I'm sorry.
What do you have for toothbrush from the bag on the bed? As
I see 196.
196? This is 197 for ID only.
Thank you, Your Honor. How does one take a fingerprint, sir?
I use black printer's ink. I'll put the ink on the person's fingers, on the ridges on the fingers, and then that's transferred onto a cardboard card.
Is there any information that is placed at the top of the card?
Our complaint number, the person's name.
And who is responsible for placing that information onto the card that you just described?
Us doing the fingerprint.
So in this particular case, on the 7th of December, you were?
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as 198 and 199. Do you recognize these two items?
Yes, these are the copies of the fingerprint cards.
Okay, and 198 consists of 2 pages, as does 199.
That's correct.
Okay.
Did he get like a full palm print?
You said these are these are copies of the cards. What cards are you talking about?
The cards that I collected his fingerprints on.
When you say his, who are you talking about?
Mr. Chen.
Okay. The individual you identified earlier?
Yes.
Are they fair and accurate copies of the fingerprint cards that you collected from Mr. Chen?
Yes, they are.
Is the information contained at the top consistent with the person being fingerprinted and you doing the collecting on the 7th of December, 2022?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, I would move to admit into evidence item 198 and 199.
So admitted.
You have the document, Your Honor?
Sir.
All right, sir. So there's several different areas that are pink, and they have writing on it, and it looks like a circle. Could you please orient the jury to what we're looking at and what is placed in each one of those various sections of the print card?
They
did the whole
information at the
handprint.
top, like we said. My name and badge number. This is the index, and here we have the circle which hand it is.
So these prints were taken from the left hand of Mr. Chen.
That's correct.
This is the
Terrible
index
prints.
finger. This is called a writer's.
Are you sure left? It says right.
Impression. That is
it's left.
this
Circle.
section of the
Okay, got
hand
it.
right here, like that. And that's how I take that. I put that on the card just like that. And then down here is a palm print where the hand is placed flat on the card and pushed down.
Okay. And on the second page of Exhibit 199, we see this. Could you please tell us what we're looking at here?
Okay, so this is each finger, starting with the thumb, and this is what you've probably seen on television before.
But is the thumb a
someone
finger?
being fingerprinted. It's where each section of the finger is rolled onto the card. So that's the upper part of each finger. All right. So there's your thumb, index, middle, ring, and little finger. Then this is part of the finger below the upper part and down to the center part of the finger right there. And then these up here, I would do the tips of the fingers.
Tips.
Rolling them from side to side to get the very tip part up here, to try to get as much detail as possible on each of these fingerprints.
And did you do that for Mr. Chen's right hand as well?
Yes.
Using the same procedure that you just described?
Same type of card, same procedure.
What did you do with the print cards, 198, 199, that you collected from Mr. Chen?
Those were turned over to Sergeant Franklin, who was the supervisor of our APHIS unit, who actually does our fingerprint comparisons.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor?
Defense? Do you have anything for this guy? Can he get a pass? We might be ending for the day. We're almost at 6 p.m.
Roll.
No questions.
Jury, have any questions
Jury.
for Investigator Marks? All right, thank you, sir. Next up, then.
All righty.
Our next witness.
Your Honor, state calls Jerry McElroy.
We're not done. I think he's an officer too. I won't tell you why I think that though.
I do. After sir, would you please state your full name for the record?
Jerry McElroy.
And sir, how do you spell your last name for the court reporter?
M-C-E-L-R-O-Y.
Sir, I'd like to take you to December the 7th. Were you working as a crime scene investigator on that day?
Yes, sir.
And were you present for the fingerprinting of Mr. Jason Chen?
Yes, sir.
Did you observe Mr. Greg Martis collect fingerprints from Jason Chen?
Yes, sir, I did.
You see Mr. Chen in the courtroom?
Yes, sir, I did.
Could you please describe what he's wearing for the jury?
Looked like a navy jacket, plaid tie, light blue shirt, glasses.
Thank you, sir. In addition to observing the fingerprinting of Mr. Jason Chen, were you working on the 7th day of July 2023?
Yes, sir.
On that day, did you have an occasion to take items of evidence from the from the Chattanooga Police Department to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, Knoxville?
11 items, yes, sir.
Do you recall the 11 items?
10 of them were swabs and one was a tile backing.
Tile backer board?
Backer board, yes, sir. But I don't recall each individual swab.
Sure. So when you're talking about the tile backer board, was it a large object?
Yes, sir. We did a little bit different too.
Was it heavy? Sir, did you transport this item to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, Knoxville?
Yes, that's item 199. That's what I transported.
Okay. and you mentioned a large number of swabs.
Correct.
Specifically, sir,
Jan, I'm glad you got to check in on during the live. We are probably nearly done. Defense has not stipulated much at all.
specifically, sir. Specifically, sir, did you transport
He said that 3
these
times.
group of swabs consisting of Exhibit 189, swabs from the suitcase full, I'm sorry, from the garbage bag full areas, 188 swabs from the second garbage bag, 187 swabs from the outermost garbage bag, swab from the pull handle of the suitcase, swab from the shackles, swab from handcuffs.
That's all 10 items, and yes, sir.
So that's what you transported to the PI Crime Lab on July the 23rd. I'm sorry, July the 11th, 2023.
They're like all biohazards.
6 of the 10 swabs that I transported.
Okay.
6 of the 10.
Did you also transport CPD item 196 and 197 being swabs from under the carpet and foam on the 110 Tremont Street?
May I refer to my chain of custody? I didn't have all of the property numbers and their descriptions memorized at that point.
We are 168 people away from reaching our goal of 1,000 likes in the afternoon stream. If you're able to do it and are willing, we sure would appreciate it. Some people wear their heart on the sleeve. He wears his badge on his chest. This looks cool.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
See that necklace he's got on?
What items did you transport to the TBI Crime Lab?
I transported item 61.
I have one 100 feet long.
Which is?
My necklace is bigger than yours, sir. Thank you, Bug Dugger. Appreciate it. There's a chair that's squeaking. I hear it. Now that I've heard it, I can't unhear it.
It's a swap. It's not in this.
The swab's not around there too, Joe. Yes.
They missing more evidence? They missing a swab somewhere?
Swab from the Chevy Equinox steering wheel, Judge. Channel was significant to evidence.
Prosecutors once again experiencing a little bit of a pucker for the second time today.
It's item 180.
I've got it, 180.
Item 61, did you transport that to the TBI Crime Lab?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you transport Exhibit 190, which is item 142, to the TBI Crime Lab?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you transport Exhibit 186, which is item 126, to the TBI Crime Lab?
Yes, sir, I did.
It's 3.
Did you transport Exhibit 191, which is item 143, to the TBI Crime Lab?
Item 191.
No, sir. Exhibit 191, item 143.
Correct. Yes, sir. It is.
4.
How about Exhibit 187, item 139 to the TBI crime lab?
Yes, sir. It is.
5.
How about Exhibit 188, which is item 140 to the TBI crime lab?
Yes, sir. It is.
6.
How about Exhibit
Should be 11 total.
189, item 141 on your list? Did you take that to the TBI crime lab?
Yes, sir. It is.
7.
How about item 193,
Yes, sir.
which is a buccal swab of Katrina Pace?
8.
How about item number, Exhibit 174, which is item number 193, the blood spot card from Jasmine Pace?
Yes, sir.
9.
How about item 194, which is item 48, a buccal swab from Travis Pace?
10. That's the last swab.
Number again, please.
48.
Yes.
And then he had the shower tile that he already agreed to.
Got the backboard already.
The back of the board. Your Honor, it's right here, item 161. Exhibit 161.
Thank you.
No further questions.
Ross?
No questions for this witness.
Any questions for this witness?
There we
Do you have
go.
any questions for Investigator Maxwell?
Nope. Yes? They do have a question for this one, but not the previous one? Well, color me confused. That was, I don't know why they wouldn't ask the previous one questions. But do ask this guy. This guy was literally the second man. He was like the third wheel on the date. You got the main investigator dude who's transporting everything and helping with fingerprints and everything. This guy was just like the backup. But they're going to ask him a question. Larly Annie, thank you for the gifted membership, as well as Bug Dugger gifted a membership as well.
Maxwell, the jury has a question. I'll ask it if you can face them when answering it, okay? Are the items you transported to the TBI different than the items that Investigator Martis transported?
No.
I believe so. I haven't seen what he transported because I was responsible for what I transported.
Okay, so I'm completely wrong.
Without referring to what he transported, I can't tell you that. I apologize. But there is a record of chain of custody of what he took to the lab and what I took to the lab.
I think I'm going to ask a follow-up on this one. It's customary for one investigator to transport items to the TBI, correct?
We have a designated person that takes items to the lab. However, we need that person, they need a vacation, a day off or whatever, or there's something that needs to go up in an emergency. So basically all the crime scene investigators are trained in the process of taking items to the lab. It's simply signing them out of the property division, the chain of custody form. Once you sign them out, you secure them in your vehicle, you take them to the lab, and you give the item to the lab with the lab request form from the lead investigator. So it's not a complicated process.
So was the answer yes? Queen Olive, thank you for gifting a membership. Sinbad gifted 5 memberships as well. We have 106 of you that need to click the like button to reach 1,000. The static is bad.
Your Honor, the state's next witness should be pretty brief, if we could get through the witness.
Absolutely.
Another
We
witness.
worked a little, we stopped a little earlier last night. Like we talked about when we were doing jury selection, sometimes we'll have a day where we have to go over a little bit to get through the witnesses who are available to testify today. That's the case tonight, so go ahead and call your next witness, Chen.
Judge,
Your
I am
Honor,
not a
the state will
camel.
call Rachel Bockelitz.
Rachel Apocalypse? The 6 bottles of water I drank today are really starting to wear on me. Should Better be brief.
That's where I got to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Hello. Can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name since it's a little bit interesting?
Rachel Bakalitz, B-A-K-A-L-E-T-Z.
All right, and Ms. Bakalitz, can you let the jury know where you're currently employed?
Yes, I'm currently employed with Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, TBI, as a special agent in the Digital Forensic Unit.
And when did you join TBI?
I joined TBI in September of 2024.
Where did you work before you joined the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
One place that I worked before Tennessee Bureau of Investigation was Chattanooga Police Department.
How long were you at the Chattanooga Police Department?
I was at Chattanooga Police Department for about 10 months.
What did you do before the Chattanooga Police Department?
I was a student at East Tennessee State University, where I got my bachelor's and master's degree in computer science.
Okay, so you went from the computer science degree to the Chattanooga Police Department in the Digital Forensics Unit.
Thank you, Pat.
Can you describe for the jury what, and you're currently in the Digital Forensic Unit at TBI as well, is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you explain to the jury what the Digital Forensics Unit is?
So the Digital Forensic Unit will download and extract data from digital devices. They'll also do things like get video and other types of digital evidence like that.
So what types of extractions would you commonly do for the Chattanooga Police Department when you were there?
So some of the types of extractions I would do would be SIM cards, mobile phones, sometimes tablets, and occasionally we do computers, laptops, desktops.
Would you do extractions at the request of an investigator?
That's correct. All of our downloads were worked as part of requests for different investigations.
Do you recall being involved at all in the case of State of Tennessee versus Jason Chen?
Yes, I do. That's correct.
Were you asked by the lead investigator to review any type of digital evidence in that case?
Yes, I was asked to review the SIM card for that case.
All right. I'm going to hand you what's already been labeled.
Grim Faded, congratulations.
166.
That's awesome.
See, do you recognize that?
Yes, I recognize that.
What is that?
That is the evidence bag that contained the SIM card that I was requested to process.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, can I have DVD? And did you get that item out of property?
Yes, I got the item out of property at Chattanooga Police.
And so explain that to the jury. When an investigator asks you to do something, what's your next step?
So when the investigator makes the initial request to digitally examine a device or item, we would then go to the property department at Chattanooga Police and sign out or check out the item, take it back to the lab and process the item as requested.
Did you do that in this case with the item in front of you?
Yes, that's correct.
Is there any record on the item in front of you that you have checked that out and opened it to review its belongings, its content?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
So what that would be a report that was generated from the forensic examination and the downloading of the item, which was the SIM card.
I'm sorry, Agent. I meant actually on the physical bag there. Is there anything that represents that you have opened that and
So sorry.
I know it's okay, reviewed its contents?
Yes, my initials on the evidence tape would indicate that I opened the item for some reason and then closed the item and sealed it back with evidence tape.
Is that typical in the CPD protocol to initial when you've opened a piece of evidence?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
We do initial when we seal the piece of evidence back.
And are your initials on that bag?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And then, so now let's go to the report. So did you review what's in the contents of this bag?
Yes.
And what is it?
It is a SIM card.
Okay, and when you review a SIM card, what do you do with it?
When we review the SIM cards, we'll typically plug them, so we'll start a program and we'll plug a adapter up to a computer, and the program will forensically extract and download the data that's on the device. In this case, it was a SIM card.
I'm going to show you what's already been marked as State's Exhibit 167. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the SIM card that I was requested to examine and download.
Is it in that bag in front of you? Well, was it in that bag?
Yes.
Okay, and will you turn around and look at the screen for me? Is that the same photo that you have in your hand?
Yes.
What do those numbers represent on a SIM card like that?
Those numbers are the ICC ID, and they just represent the unique value that is assigned to that specific SIM card.
Is it almost like a VIN number for a vehicle?
It's similar to that, yes.
When you examine digital evidence like this for an investigator, do you issue a report?
That's correct. We do write a report for any item that comes through our lab.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Also, when you insert the SIM card into your program, does the program actually generate a report about that SIM card as well?
Yes, the program will generate a report about the item.
Did that happen in this case?
Yes, it did.
I'll show you two documents. You'll just take a look at them. Do you recognize those documents?
Yes.
The one that's in your hand right now, what is that?
This is the report that would be generated from our program, and this would then be printed off.
Okay, and then the next one?
This is the report that I wrote about the contents of the SIM card, what happened during the processing of the SIM card. This is for the investigator to kind of just have a summary of what happened with the item.
And did you give that to the lead investigator in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that these be moved into evidence. It's next to exhibit. I'll write them on there if someone.
Exhibit 200 and 201.
Okay. 200 will be your report. 201 will be the extraction report. So I'll show you on the screen behind you. Exhibit 200, is this your report that you would have delivered to Investigator Crawford?
Yes.
And can you, there's a laser here. I'll use the laser and I'll ask you the questions about it. So what is this identifier number?
So that identifier number is the ICC ID. That's going to be the same number that is printed physically on the SIM card that we can see. And that was just the unique number that's identifying that specific SIM card.
So that would be the same number as here?
That's correct.
Correct? Okay. And then what does this indicate?
That number is going to indicate the phone number that was extracted off of the SIM card.
Does that mean that that's the phone number that is directly connected with that SIM card?
That's correct.
And then provider?
The provider is just going to be the cellular network provider, so something like Verizon or T-Mobile. That also comes directly from the SIM card.
Okay, and is this the examination report that is generated from the download itself into the program?
Yes.
Okay, and ICC ID, again, what is that?
That is the unique number that is printed physically on the SIM card. That's just identifying the specific SIM card.
And that's the same number from your report, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then down here, parameter name and number, what does that represent?
That's just going to represent the unique phone number that is connected to the SIM card. And that was forensically extracted from the SIM card.
So that SIM card belongs to the phone number 423-664-2024.
That's correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, this white screen is brought to you by the projector. Can't see a dang thing on it.
Do you have any questions, Mrs. Bakalitz? Ms. Bakalitz, thanks for dropping in.
Thanks so much.
Thanks for dropping in. I know we subpoenaed you. Thanks for coming.
Any more witnesses tonight, Jim?
No.
All right, that was our last witness for the day.
It's about 6:20. We went over a little bit today.
We did.
But, we needed to get through the witnesses who were only available for today. We're going to let you go. I really like the barbecue at the place you're going to tonight. So hopefully everyone will try that too. Again, let's remind you your admonition not to discuss the case with anyone, yourself, among yourselves, until it's time to deliberate. So with that, just a sec before we cut you loose. One, did we get everything taken care of tomorrow? 3 cases. All right. You'll be here at 9:15. We'll start at 9:30. There are a few things on the docket we got to take care of. So we'll see you at 9:31.
We'll see you at 9:31. That's oddly specific. Barbecue for dinner. I'm looking at the map here in Chattanooga. They've got Sugar's Ribs, Edley's Barbecue, Mission Barbecue, which is more of a chain. We have one of those here as well. Hickory Pit Barbecue. Yeah, I think those are the big ones. Chat Smokehouse, Sticky Fingers Rib House, Highway 58 Barbecue, Shuford Smokehouse, Choo Choo Barbecue. Sounds good. Rib and Loin. Nuga Q. Sorry, we're back.
Any matters you taken up either party before we adjourn tonight? Okay, who we go doing tomorrow? Do we know?
Mark Carswell and Special Agent
Thank you.
Got a special agent and somebody else.
Court's adjourned until 9.
It gets noisy here, but we're done with them. Court is done. Sounds like they get barbecue. Hopefully they go somewhere where nobody else is. I don't think it's good for the judge to give out the location of where the jury is going for dinner that night. That just seems problematic to me. But BBQ sounds great. I still need to talk to Mrs. Ari about lobster for tomorrow. But quick recap on what happened today. This was day 3. We started with Michelle Johnson. She took most of the day, at least until after lunch. She's the crime scene investigator that collected the items the family had taken from Chen's apartment, clothing, notebooks, electronic devices. She searched Chen's apartment, starting at the door, collected carpet samples with blood, lots of dry testimony, but just in the delivery form. It's very important, about blood-stained areas that were documented throughout the apartment. She did a search on the early morning of 11/27. And then she also went months later after their repair crew called and said, hey, we found a lot of blood. She also searched Chen's bedroom in his parents' house and grabbed his wallet and things like that. Defense covered responsibilities of investigator, chain of custody, asked a lot about what was collected, what was tested. She did not know about hydrogen peroxide being used to clean up blood, which is sort of interesting for me. I found that quite intriguing. Next, we've got, after her was Kristen Schubert. She's a crime scene investigator for 8 years. Great testimony about blood spatter analysis. Taught us about where the tail goes. The tail points the direction it was traveling. So the big end goes back to I still need to look that up. I'm not good on that. But blood spatter analysis. She analyzed a little bit of that. Let's see. She swabbed the steering wheel in Jasmine Pace's car. We're going to hear the results. Maybe we'll hear if that's Mr. Chen's DNA there. She was present for part of the autopsy when the suitcase was opened, the garbage bags removed from Jasmine's body. the bags were dried and swabbed, as well as checked for fingerprints. And she gave some testimony about the handcuffs and shackles that were also swabbed and tested. I believe tested. I don't think they were tested. I think they were swabbed. We've got Gregory Marty, who was a now retired investigator for Chattanooga PD. I swear he had a badge on his belt. I saw it inside his suit coat. But he took the DNA swabs from Katrina Pace and Travis Pace at the homicide office. He also collected Jasmine's personal belongings from the pool house, including 2 toothbrushes, and transported other items collected, like the carpet, the swabs from the defendant and Jasmine's parents, to the TBI in Knoxville, Tennessee, and responded to homicide unit to fingerprint Jason Chen. At the same place where they were fingerprinting Jason Chen and getting his hair sample, Jerry McElroy, also an investigator, was present for the fingerprinting, and he took 11 items to the TBI, 10 swabs, and 1 backer board from the bathroom tile from Chen's bathroom up to the TBI. Lastly, we finished off with Rachel Bakelitz, who was a TBI Special Agent, Digital Forensic Unit. She did the forensic digital analysis of the SIM card. That takes us to where we are today, which is time to go home. We are done. Let's see. I like Red Lobster, but they're going broke since I already went there. Hey, I need to find a place that serves lobster. And, of course, I need to live stream me trying lobster so I can use it as some sort of tax write-off. Do you think that's... I do that, so I'm asking my accountant first before I try that. Costco serves lobster. McRibs from McDonald's. I worked at McDonald's. I know what McRibs look like before they're cooked. And there's nothing rib about it. Barbara's for Team Kiki. Kiki's out of the house. Only made it into the living room. Knew that he was doing something wrong and became like flat. Like when cats like crouch down and just go flat on the floor. And did not want to be picked up. But my daughter got him up out of the house anyway. So. Alrighty, let's see. Got to boost the volume a little bit here. There we go. I don't like lobster as much as crab. I would say it was my first job, but it wasn't. It was my third if you count the pooper scooper in the parade. I was a pooper scooper in the parade before I worked at McDonald's. Really prepared me for the job, I think. It built my resume. All right, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, and make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe. We go live again tomorrow morning. Court starts at 9:30. We'll be starting around 9-ish. I say ish because I'm exhausted, dead tired. I stayed up way too late watching videos on YouTube. You guys, I do it too. Okay? Way too late, but we're gonna be back. You know, it is gross, Lois, but somebody has to do it. Otherwise, everyone has to look at it or drive in it or step in it. So, you guys have a good night. We'll catch you on the flip side. Bye-bye.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Because he's the guy.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
In front of the Walmart.